Well, a pleasant good morning from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. It has been a gloomy morning thus far in Grosse Lay, but the weather has settled nicely and action is about to resume and get started on day 3 of this, the very first 4-day contest, 4-day unofficial test match between the West Indies A and Bangladesh A, the first of 2, that is to be followed by 3 one-day matches between these two teams. At the moment, the West Indies A, they trail by 2 runs. They are batting 165 for 3 at the moment. Tevin Imlach, he's at the crease on 23. Joshua De Silva, he is there on 14. That's the skipper of the West Indies A team. And if you're just joining us, Bangladesh A, they were inserted on the very first day by Josh De Silva. Looked to be a good decision on a green track here at Grosse Lay. The Seamers did exceptionally well. Makino Minley picking up 559. And of course, Justin Graves had 3 wickets. And Jeremiah Louis had 1 as well. And Sherman Lewis 1 to his name as well. So the Seamers doing the job for the West Indies A. And Mohammad Mitun, the skipper of Bangladesh A, he had a half century, 50 to his name. And well, the West Indies in response, Tejarine Chandapal, he fell for 49 yesterday. And Jeremy Solazano, he fell for 32. Casey Carty as well, 36. Here is the first ball of day 3. And Tevin Imlach drives this one out nicely. And he will start today's proceedings with 2 runs to his name. And they are now level with the Bangladesh A. They are 167 for 3 as I welcome into the commentary box this morning Mr. Greg Wilson. Good morning, Greg. How are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you. And morning to our viewers and listeners as well.
Yeah, wonderful day. It started with a bit of rain this morning, Greg.
Yes, quite a bit of rain. I'm a bit surprised that well, I shouldn't say surprised, but quite a bit of rain in the area where I came from this morning.
Better delivery, but good intention here from the West Indies A team early. They now lead the Bangladesh A by 1 run. Tevin Imlach moves up to 24. Animal Haq, the man continuing for Bangladesh. He had a good spell yesterday. He came back well. 26 to Tevin Imlach, 14 to Josh De Silva, who is on strike at the moment. Still a bit gloomy here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And there's some dark clouds just hovering over at the moment. You can see, of course, there's some rain on the western side of the ground as well, Greg. But one would hope that the rain stays away from this venue and that we have an enthralling day's contest.
Yes, one would hope so. As you said, in the Bois-d'Orge Marisil area, there's a bit of rain.
Bangladesh team would want to get into this West Indies lineup, further into this West Indies lineup very early here this morning. They want to make it as gloomy as the weather for the West Indies A team. And the outfield has really held up nicely as well. The pitch looks a good one. It continues to look good. There's that light rain that just blows across to the west that Greg was just speaking about. Silva just driving loosely. I think his feet went nowhere there, Greg. Just hanging the bat outside that off stump. It's never good when you're doing that.
Yes, lapse in concentration there. This is the sort of thing that happen when you're not out overnight, starting the day fresh. Sometimes the hands and the feet are not moving the way they're supposed to. So luckily for him, did not get bat to ball.
Well, flicked, but straight to the fielder. They have protection there at short mid wicket, and that's the end of the very first over of day 3 in Grosse Ile. At the end of it, 64 overs have been bowled. It's 168 for the loss of 3.
Yes. Quiet start, really, to the day's proceeding. But West Indies would be happy. The very first over of the morning, they have gone past the Bangladesh first inning score of 167.
And you know, Greg, you would have been here yesterday, and you would have seen, and we could see some of the groundsmen they're looking to do some mechanical work on the roller, the super supper. But yes, Greg, you were here yesterday, and you would have noticed proceedings. You'd have been having a keen eye on proceedings, and I think the Bangladesh bowlers, we mentioned yesterday, they were a bit inconsistent. Hence, they were not able to pick up early wickets. Chanderpaul and Salazano getting off to a healthy start for the West Indies, and they had a partnership of 78. What do you think they need to do differently today to really make an impression in this lineup of the West Indies A team?
Well, we saw the short pitch deliveries yesterday certainly did not work.
Yeah.
So one would hope that this morning they perhaps would look to bowl more of a full length, because we saw even late in the afternoon when the ball was about 50 odd overs, it was still swinging late in the afternoon. And with the overcast condition we have this still that is present this morning, one would hope they try to see if they could still get the ball swinging as early as possible.
Yeah, the ball's still nipping around as well. As much as it's moving in the air, it's nipping around off the pitch as well. And Saeed Khalid Ahmed, he didn't have the best of days with the ball yesterday. 13 overs, 50 runs, and his first 2 overs going for 16, which tells me that his 11 overs that followed went for 34, which wasn't bad. He came back well, he bowled well, and it was just a bit too short. You mentioned those short pitch deliveries. Raju Raman Raja and Saeed Khalid Ahmed, both of those two guys would have felt the brunt of those cut shots and pull shots from the West Indies A batsmen when they pitch the ball in short. Doesn't have that much pace, but Khalid, I think Raja, he's the man that doesn't have that much pace. The deliveries, it slides on, but it doesn't come on as quickly to the batsman. But Khalid Ahmed, he's a bit quicker, I would say. And the batsman, it would have made it easy for the batsman to, not look to overhit the ball, just use the pace and put the ball away. Hence, you don't want to, be that short, especially if you're Raju Raman Raja, who looks a good bowler. He is a good bowler, Raju Raman Raja, but just yesterday he's been a bit too short. But at that pace, you don't want to be bowling short. And it would be interesting to see today, Greg, the approach of the West Indies A team, having gone past that first innings total of the Bangladesh A team, which was 167. They are now 168 for 3. And what do you think would be the approach of the West Indies A batsmen as the day progresses?
Well, considering the way Imlak has been batting from yesterday, he was very positive. I expect him to continue very much in that same vein. And if anything, one knows that Josh De Silva has the patience, and we expect him to at least bat as long as possible. But once they get a sizable lead, perhaps over 100, 150, you would expect them to play perhaps a little more attacking shots.
Yes, certainly you would. And they would want to put up, let's say, if they can, 200, 250 run lead and look to knock off the Bangladesh batsmen very early. This one coming back in, chagging back off a length there from Ahmed, and that's a good delivery. One of the better deliveries he's bowled in the entirety of this innings thus far.
Yes, certainly you could see a much disciplined line and length from Khalid Ahmed this morning. Like I said yesterday, his first 2 overs, he was basically all over the shop and he was severely punished.
Remember, the West Indies team would be coming up against India in the 4th T20 International between both teams at Lauderhill in Florida. And just about 20 minutes time. This one is played into the onside. It's about 24 minutes time. The game is scheduled to start at 10:30 as the second over of the morning comes to an end here in Grosley Lay, and the score 169 for the loss of 3, Greg.
Yes, Khalid. First over for this morning, much better over as compared to what we saw yesterday. So certainly they would have gone to the drawing boards and would have realized what they went wrong, and certainly would have wanted to correct those mistakes very early. And as we've just said, that certainly he has bowled a much disciplined line and length starting off this morning.
Yeah, he did. I think he'd want to continue that. And no doubt the coach, Mr. Mizanu Babul, he would have spoken to them about that consistency. And, you know, when you get in, you want to stay in. Imlak, I really like this about him. You know, is it something with wicketkeeper batsmen, Greg? Always busy out there in the middle, looking to get runs, finding the gaps. Dinesh Ramdin is an excellent exponent of that. You know, we're seeing Tevin Imlak doing that. Carlton Bohr used to do that very well for the West Indies. Josh De Silva does it well as well.
Yes, as a keeper, remember, you're out there. If there's one person who has to be concentrating for every delivery, it has to be the keeper. And you always be able to see the movement of the ball. So hence that gives you an advantage when you're batting, very much so, because you're accustomed to following the movement of the ball. So it's easy to play on both sides of the wicket.
Yes, that's true. And yeah, a number of keepers we see, even, you know, for the Indian team, Dinesh Karthik, who's a wicketkeeper batsman as well, he does that a lot, and now he's developed himself into being a finisher for the Indian senior team. Animal Haq running in from that pavilion end, and Joshua De Silva, he's been quiet in this innings, but he's had his periods in the innings. He's on 14 off 67 deliveries at the moment, and he's that kind of a player. He buys his time, Josh De Silva. He really enjoys batting the West Indies test wicketkeeper batsman. One for the future, certainly, Josh De Silva. He's been very vocal in this game as well. And he's someone who supports his players very well. And not a good sign at the moment here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, as the ground staff, they are heading across to the western end of the ground. And you can see there, not the ground staff, but that's the hills, the Beausejour Hills, to the eastern end of the ground, Greg, and you can see those dark clouds very low coming across.
Yes, certainly ominous sign. And once you see the ground staff getting into position, they would know the conditions better than we do.
It's getting very dark as well, Greg. I'm not sure if you're getting that kind of, that kind of a feeling, that gloomy feeling, Greg. There's some moisture in the air as the breeze blows across the ground. And the ground staff, they are now positioned where the covers are.
And there isn't a strong breeze like yesterday afternoon. If you look at the trees around and even the players out there, the clothing.
Very much so. Spatting on a leg stump guard, Josh De Silva. This one on the body, looking to turn that ball away. I think it hasn't looked like this, Greg, for the entirety of this game since we've been here. I think this is the worst that it has looked in terms of the weather thus far. At the end of 66 overs, it's 170 for 3.
Yes, remember I told you this morning I was a bit surprised in the sense that we had a 10 o'clock start, because where I came from in the south East Castries region, quite a bit of rain this morning. So I was a bit surprised when I got up here, I did not see the place as wet as in our area. But like I said, Beausejour is an area that hardly has rain.
And I know you were saying as well, when there is rain.
Once it's raining in Beausejour heavily, it's raining on the entire island. Here was chosen for this ground because this is perhaps one of the driest areas in the country in terms of rainfall.
He's a man who'd want to dry things up in terms of the West Indies batting. That is Saeed Khalid Ahmed. He'd want to just close things down here and look to pick up some wickets for the West Indies. Sorry, for the Bangladesh A team.
Looks like there's an issue with the ball.
It definitely looks as though there is an issue. And we'll have to wait and see if they do change the ball, the umpires. Umpire Chris Taylor is in conversation with Mohammad Mithun, the captain of the Bangladesh A team.
Well, in my observation, I did see him radio the third umpire, that is Daren Butler. So I think he's bringing out a replacement ball.
Yeah, it looks as though umpire Daren Butler is running out there. He's running out there quickly. He's had some work to do this morning, umpire Daren Butler. He's not coming out with any balls at the moment. It looks
like it's the apparatus to measure the ball.
Yeah, the size of the ball. So, umpire Carl Tuckett has removed the apparatus from his hand. And he's now going to check the ball. Umpire Chris Taylor. So it's 171 for 3. West Indies, they lead by 4 runs at the moment. Joshua De Silva, he's on 14. Tevin Imlach, he is on 29. I'm seeing a thumbs up from umpire Carl Tuckett, which tells me that the ball seems to be fine.
Yes, apparently the apparatus has indicated that it is fit for play.
And umpire Chris Taylor, good old umpire Chris Taylor, is always a very nice guy. He just bowls it over, rolls the arms over, and sends the ball into the hands of the skipper, Mohammad Mithun. And the play is going to continue. So Saeed Khalid Ahmed runs away from us from the media center end. And he hasn't bowled bad this morning, Greg.
Yes, certainly. He has done his homework and must have realized the length that he was bowling yesterday. As much as it may have worked for the West Indies fast bowlers, it did not work in their favor yesterday.
Yeah, definitely so. And we may just see a better approach from the Bangladesh A team this morning. Good delivery again, one that's just pitching and just not moving that much, just holding its line. And De Silva, he tends to leave those deliveries outside that off stump quite a lot. He doesn't get in touch with those that much. The ground staff has the covers in their hands now, and it's looking very ominous here, Greg. I think Joshua De Silva's turn. He's running off, and the ground staff, they are running on the field of play as well. Yes. They need to do this very quickly. The rain is coming down heavily, Greg.
Yes, from what we could see from the hills, the eastern side of the ground, it's already started raining.
And as you rightfully mentioned, not much wind present here today, but with the rain coming as well, you can see some wind coming in, because you can see the flags fluttering in the breeze, and this is getting heavier as we speak. Not so good signs here this morning at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Remember, we had a sort of a delayed start this morning due to some rain. There were some wet spots on the pitch, and there were some concerns with the outfield as well. An inspection was done at 9:30 by umpire Daren Butler, Carl Tuckett and Chris Taylor. decision was made that day 3 would have started at 10 a.m. It did start at 10 a.m. and just a couple overs bowled thus far, 2 from Animal Hack, and Saeed Khalid Ahmed was in his second over. Just about 3.2 overs bowled this morning, and 4 runs added, actually 6 runs added this morning. So by the West Indies A team, and tell you what, Greg, this looks like it's gonna be here for a while.
Yes, with the breeze not really as prominent as it was yesterday. Certainly it's raining quite heavily. Yesterday we had perhaps a few drizzles, but this is actually a serious downpour right now.
And the Bosiju Mountains to the left of us and to the eastern end of the ground seems to be disappearing as we speak. So that's the situation here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Remember, it's day 3 of the first unofficial 4-day test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And West Indies A in the first innings, in response to Bangladesh A's 167 all out in their first innings. West Indies A, they are 171 for 3. Tejarain Chandapal, he had 49. Kisikati 36. Jeremy Salazano 32. And Tevin Imlak, he is there with Josh De Silva on 29. De Silva, he is on 14. In the wickets for the Bangladeshis, Naeem Hassan has bowled marathon overs yesterday. 27 overs, 1 for 32. Rahman Raju Raja, he started proceedings for the Bangladeshis, bowling Jeremy Salazano comprehensively, and he has 1 for 48. Khalid Saeed Ahmed, he has not 52 in 14.2. So that's how we close it off here for the while here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. As soon as we have good news for you and the rain disappears from the venue, we'll be back with more action in the first unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. Well, good news here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. The rain has disappeared and, well, we are ready to resume action here on day 3. But tell you what, as the rain disappeared, the players come onto the field. It's starting to get a bit cloudy here again once more. But here's the first ball after the delay. Side Khalid Ahmed operating from the media centre end to Josh De Silva. And that's a good delivery to start things off after that rain delay. Alongside me is the venerable Greg Wilson. Good afternoon, Greg. Long rain delay.
Yes, long rain delay. Good afternoon, and good to see that we have play once more, but it looked like it may not be for too long.
Well, it seems so. The rain is around once more. The groundsmen, they have the covers in their hand and waiting. But Khalid Ahmed, he has the ball in his hand, and the Silver will get a run. And these rain delays and the manner in which the rain is going about its work, and you have to say it like that, it tends to put an advantage on either one of the teams. It tends to affect one of these things negatively and one positively.
Well, more so it affects I would want to believe the batsman concentration most of the time.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see how Imlak and the Silver goes here. Excellent delivery there from Ahmed, right up there. Imlak had to do well to get his bat down in time. And yeah, these rain delays always a concern. And at the moment, it's still very dark here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground in Grosse Ile. 67 overs have been bowled. It's 172 for 3. And Greg, the rain is putting a damp on the game thus far. And so much could have happened in that hour and 15 minutes of a break that we've had. Of course, an early lunch was taken as well. And yeah, so much could have happened.
Yes, certainly the West Indies was in the ascendancy, having gone past the first innings score of 168. They were now piling on the lead, so at this point in time one would have felt that they would have had perhaps an additional 50, 60 plus runs.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be Animal Hack who is going to partner with Side Khalid Ahmed. He's going to come in from the pavilion end, and the Silver, the man taking strike. 2 slips in position, and they continue to persist with those short deliveries to Imlak and Joshua De Silva. And you would have mentioned, Greg, that those short deliveries, it didn't seem to work for them yesterday and coming into today as well.
But Khalid definitely, we have seen today, has made an effort to bowl much fuller length.
Yeah, he has, and that has been very commendable of him. And Animal Hack, how well he has bowled in this game thus far, the Bangladeshi. Just back of a leg. That has been his approach, though. It has worked for him. And you have to say, Side Khalid Ahmed looking to pitch the ball up in these conditions would be vital. Only 4.2 overs bowled this morning. And 3.2 bowled before that rain delay, which happened very early on in the piece. Remember, the West Indies A team, they have just surpassed the Bangladesh A team's 167 that they made in the first innings. This is an elegant shot there from Tevin Imlak. It's running away to the cover boundary, and the fielder comes around, and that's Naeem Hassan, the off spinner from Bangladesh, and limits them to 2. So 2 vital runs for the West Indies.
Yes, last shot there by Imlak was played delightfully through the covers. Imlak seems to be in a good form, good fit movement, good hand-eye coordination, one would say.
Well, he moves on to 31, and he's been there for a while. He's batted beautifully, to say the least. The Guyanese wicketkeeper batsman. Excellent delivery there from Animal Hack. Just pitching that one up. The thunder rolling as well, Greg.
Yes, it has been for a while now. So certainly, this should tell us that there's rain to come perhaps any time from now.
Well, the weather seems to be keeping the players fresh out there in the middle. And I think the Bangladeshis would want to use that energy of the thunder and roll a couple stumps over and get into this West Indies lineup, get deeper into this lineup as this one worked away and Imlak gets one. And we were speaking about before the break, Greg, about these two players out there in the middle, their ability to rotate the strike and how well they have done that.
Yes, they have done this admirably. It's two batsmen and, as you did indicate, two keepers as well.
Yeah. Certainly, we have seen a number of wicketkeeper batsmen do that in the past. And heading over to Lauder Hill, where the 40-20 international is taking place between India and West Indies. India batting first. They are 130 for 3 in 13.3 overs. De Silva playing this one uppishly, backward of point. And again, we've seen that on two occasions today. And on one occasion, he didn't make contact, Greg. But this time, though, he was hanging his bat outside the off stump. His body wasn't moving at all. It was just all arms stretching out there to meet the ball. And that one, had there been a gully fielder there, Greg, that could have been curtains for De Silva. Luckily, he ends with no harm. At the end of 68 is 177 for 3.
Well, De Silva might just say to you that that was deliberately played because there was no gully fielder. But yes, the hand certainly was away from the body, but he was in total control, one would say.
You have to feel it for those guys today. They've had a lot of work to do over the last 2 days. The groundsmen, and they've done it very well. They've gone about their work nicely here in Grossy. Good guys. De Silva is tucked up with that one. Looks to be in some discomfort there, Josh De Silva. He got himself into a very strange position there to play that shot. He didn't look to get inside the line of the delivery. It rushed on to him as well. And that's an area for him of concern. He doesn't handle the deliveries well when it is bowled onto his body in that mid-rib area, Greg. We've noticed that from him in his career thus far. This time just punching that one into the offside and no run. And the weather is holding up for now, you have to see. 177 for the loss of 3. And just to speak about that West Indies and India contest, Nicholas Pooran won the toss and he chose to field in that first T20 in Lauder Hill, the first of 2 T20s there and the 4th T20 of the series. Rohit Sharma, he was bowled by Akil Hussain for 33. And Surya Kumar Yadav, he was leg before to Alzari Joseph for 24. Deepak Hooda, he went caught by Brandon King at cover of the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 21. So Joseph has 2. Rishabh Pant, the danger man, he's there on 39 of 28. Sanju Samson, he is not out on 8 of 7. And in the meantime, there seems to be a cricket match going on the western end of the ground. De Silva quietly leaves that one into the gloves of Anik. And yeah, Greg, the West Indies are doing well at the moment, but the Indians 132 for 3 after 14 overs. They're in a healthy position up in Lauder Hill.
Yes, some more so with the likes of Richard Pan at the wicket.
Yep.
You know, he could be a very destructive batsman.
Very much so. And Alzari Joseph, the pick of the bowlers thus far, 2 for 24 for him. Akil Hussain continues to bowl very well, 1 for 28. In the meantime, De Silva is working his way up nicely here for the West Indies A. This has been a good partnership thus far between Imlak and De Silva. And just awaiting how many runs this partnership has earned. And 42, a brilliant partnership. This has been good for the West Indies A. Reason being that we saw a good partnership from Jeremy Salazano and Tejarayan Chandapola atop the order of 78. This one edging and down to gully. And we also saw a good partnership as well from Casey Carty and Tejan Ryan Jan Nepal to follow up that. And now Imlak and De Silva doing well as well.
Yes, one would certainly say this is a good thing we have seen from the West Indies batters. We have seen a good partnership from all the batters who have been out in the middle so far.
Yeah, and partnership's key when you are looking to get some runs on the board, and especially with a low total of 167 that the Bangladesh team made, it would have given West Indies a luxury to knock off that very early, maybe the top 3 batsmen, and then for these batsmen to follow now with that platform, look to pile on the lead. This one coming back in sharply there from Anamul Haq, keeping a bit low as well, and Imlak would know about those deliveries that keep a bit low because he was wicket keeping in the first innings, and a number of deliveries he had to take low down to his shin, and he would know all about that, Greg.
Yes, certainly he got a few of those deliveries that kept low, but he did handle this one very well. Went right across the off stump, so at least he had the off stump covered.
Yeah, he knows where his off stump is. Most importantly, 2 slips. Backward point on the boundary, cover mid-off, that's the offside field, and there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep forward square leg on the boundary, and a wide fine leg as well. That bat has done some work for Tevin Imlak, judging from the amount of ball marks there are on the face of that bat, Greg.
Certainly seems to be one of his favorite bats, because batsmen nowadays, they do carry a few in the kit.
Did you have that luxury of carrying a few in your time?
Just 2, I may add.
This time he's driving, he could get runs there, he could get 4 of them, and that's 4. Lovely shot there from the Guyanese, and the groundsman, he enjoyed that.
Yes, delightfully played there by Imlak. He's driven this one exquisitely through the vacant cover region. See the foot really moving across. The coach certainly would be pleased with the shot.
Yeah, good old Andre Kohli. Let's certainly be up with that shot. Lovely shot from Tevin Imlak. Takes his tally now to 36. And that's smart. Already earn yourself a boundary and doing the right thing. A delivery from Haq that that was all about adjustment. He just pulling back the length, and he played it nicely.
Yes, Imlak has been very impressive from yesterday. He has certainly played the aggressive shot when it has presented itself, but certainly his rotation of the strike, and certainly knows where his off stump is. So he looks a very accomplished batsman thus far.
This time he's just fending at that one, and he's very disappointed. He would have known that he did something wrong there, Imlak. It tempted him. And yesterday from Imlak, we would have seen those deliveries. He would have been playing it positively. He would have been looking to guide it down to third man. He would have been slashing hard at it when you go hard. But on that occasion there, he played it as though he didn't want to play at it, Greg.
Yes, and that sort of reaction could be as a result of those rain breaks, because it tends to mess with your level of concentration.
See how Haq follows up that delivery. It's bang on target, Anamul Haq, as the over comes to an end. 70 overs have been bowled here in Grossi Lay. It's 181 for 3. Tevin Imlak, he is on 36, and Josh De Silva, he is on 17.
Yes, the captain Josh De Silva and Imlak very much continuing where they left off yesterday. Certainly it would have been more challenging today with the sort of rain breaks that we are having. But nevertheless, they are soldiering on. We've seen Tevin Imlak play a few real delightful drives through the covers. So certainly, he seems to be in good nick, and he's enjoying the conditions out there, one would say.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying the conditions. and it's good to see Imlak playing this well. There's Josh De Silva. That bat as well from De Silva seems to have done a lot of work. And these guys will be batting with their favorite bats, as Greg would have said. And one could imagine how the ball would be coming off that bat, Greg.
Yes, certainly they would have a nice sweet middle by now.
Ahmed continuing for the Bangladeshis, and the groundsman seems to be happy with what they're seeing at the far east. So they're just exiting the area where the covers are. And you know, we were saying that the Bangladesh bowlers would have been a bit too short, but to be fair, De Silva, he likes the ball coming up to him, pitched up. Tevin Imlak as well, he likes the ball pitched up. I think, you know, bowling short to these two batsmen may just be a good plan, but the thing is, the direction of the short deliveries, I think, is a concern. When they bowl short, they bowl a bit too wide. Yeah, and that's what yesterday allowed Imlak to take advantage of those deliveries. Now, if it had been on the body, it would have cramped him. It would have made it difficult for him to play those deliveries, Greg, to maneuver it either side of the pitch.
Yes, certainly to Imlak in particular. He was given a little too much width outside the off-stump, so he was able to free his arms on quite a few occasions. We saw a number of balls where he slashed at it and it went down through the third man region.
That's better. That's better from Ahmed, but just a bit too straight still, to be fair to him. De Silva has been the more watchful of the two batsmen out there in the middle thus far. De Silva, of course, has a test century to his name against England. That would have boosted his confidence as well immensely. And there he is, just doing the strike over. He's happy to do so because, of course, he's trusting in Tevin Imlak, who was batted superbly throughout this innings. He stood up. The short man from Guyana has stood tall for the West Indies A team. And he would want to really step up with the bat here, Tevin Imlak. Reason being, he didn't have the best of showing with the gloves. We're speaking about him poking at the ball to collect the deliveries that were presented by the bowlers. And he dropped a catch as well. So he'd want to make up for that. He'd want to score big here for the West Indies. This time a loud appeal from Ahmed, and not out, says young man. No, he's given. He took a long time, the umpire Chris Taylor. For a moment I thought he would have given it not out, but in the end he raises that dreaded finger. And speaking about Imlak and looking to step up for the West Indies A team, well, he has to walk away. He's on his bike now for 36. The fourth wicket goes down for the West Indies A team. Look at that, Greg.
Certainly pitched in line. Looked like a good decision by the umpire based on what we can see on the monitor.
Yeah, I think that would be cannoning into middle and leg stump.
Yes, certainly. So it was a good decision there.
Yeah, good decision by umpire Chris Taylor. And Tevin Imlak didn't look happy, but tell you what, on the replay, I think he should be happy with that decision.
Yes, but the umpire took a fairly long time before he raised the dreaded finger. But a good blow there struck by Bangladesh. Khalid in particular, who struggled quite a bit yesterday, and as we did indicate early on, that he has made an effort to bowl a more fuller length delivery. As much as you said the back of a length is the sort of delivery that De Silva and Imlak would have had a liking for.
Yeah.
But as I did indicate to you yesterday, that the ball seems to be moving about still, and with the overcast condition we have there today, it would have been better advised to bring the ball up, and which is exactly what he did, and resulted in the wicket of Imlak being dismissed LBW.
And he was getting the ball to move away from Imlak initially, and that one pitched up, coming back into Imlak. and he started it on a good line as well. That was an excellent delivery, you have to say, from side Khalid Ahmed, and he deserved that wicket. He worked hard for that wicket, you know, Greg.
Yes, certainly. Considering the way he started off yesterday, his first 2 overs went for 16. He was pulled off the attack, and from the time he came back for his second spell, we saw him look like a different bowler. And certainly overnight, he would have gone and he would have gotten advice from perhaps the bowling coach, and certainly he's a different bowler today.
Yes, he really looked the part this morning. Stepped up nicely. Looked to be Naeem Hassan now, who's bowled 27 overs in this innings, the off-spinner. This time he's bowling this one short, and the Silva crashing it away on the onside, and he get 2. And a timely wicket as well for the Bangladesh A team, and I think they would have wanted to get that wicket very early.
Yes, certainly.
And they would be happy as well to see the back of Tevin Imlach, who, you know, would have put some added pressure on them yesterday with those bursts of boundaries, and they'll be very happy to see him going back to the dugout. But I think they would want to get De Silva very early as well, if they can. This is what De Silva is going to do all day. He's just going to nudge the ball in those gaps, pick up those singles. If he gets the odd bad delivery, he'll put it away. That's the kind of player De Silva is. And the Thunder continue to roll here. Above, in Grosile, Alec Atanese, the new man coming out to the middle to partner with his skipper De Silva. Back of a length delivery from Hassan. Alec Atanese, man from Dominica. Lovely player, the left-hander. Has 798 first class runs to his name in 18 matches. It's an average of 24.93. You'd want to get that average up a bit. Alec Atanese, he would have made his first class debut for Guyana versus the Windward Islands right here at Grosile in 2018. So he would know all about this ground. And that completes the over from Naeem Hassan. At the end of it, it's 185 for 4.
Yes, a good over there by Hassan. Perhaps his first delivery was just a bit wayward down the leg side to George De Silva, but immediately we saw him got back on his usual line and length and continued to be very miserly. Some 28 overs for just 35 runs. So basically one would say he has continued where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be Ahmed. And of course they would stick with Ahmed because, of course, he's just picked up a wicket. And Silva seems not to be happy at the moment with something at the back from where the bowler is running in. That's at the media centre, and someone seems to be walking in front of the side screen. Ahmed would want to get the ball up. It bore fruit for him, that mode of approach. It bore fruit for him, Greg. And he would want to encourage those slip fielders. I think with Alec Atanese, if Alec Atanese gets on strike, Mohammed Mitin would want to put in a couple extra slip fielders in there, maybe 2 more slip fielders, and encourage his bowler to get the ball up, get Atanese driving. But at the moment, he's bowling to De Silva. And this is something we have not seen that much in this game. And I think I mentioned it to you. Naeem Hassan, the off-spinner, when he was batting for the Bangladesh team, he was the only batsman from that Bangladesh team that was able to find that gap there, straight back down the ground, to the right of mid-on, and to the left of mid-on, in the V. No one else in this game really was able to pierce that gap. De Silva is showing the intent to play those straight drives. And I'll ask you, Greg, you know, What do you think would have fueled that? Do you think it's the bounce on this track that is making it difficult for the guys to play those straight drives back down the ground?
Well, certainly for the Bangladesh team, yes, because the West Indian bowlers, they were bowling a lot back of a length. And if you're not accustomed of playing the ball on the up, it would be a bit difficult.
Silva as well is finding it a bit difficult to play that shot. He's picking out the mid-off and mid-on fielders, more so the mid-on fielder. And he's playing the ball very late under his eye line. Very dark to the left of where we are sitting. That's to the far east.
But the conditions here are almost similar to the last test when West Indies played against Bangladesh. It was pretty much overcast conditions.
It's a good shot from the Silva to earn himself one. There's a vacant gap there. The backward point fielder is on the boundary, so it allows the Silva to just get onto that back foot and punch it out to that field and earn himself one. But that brings Alec Athanaze on the strike now. And I was saying that maybe two more slip fielders can be added to that cordon for Alec Athanaze, who hadn't been in that much form of late. Alec Athanaze, in his last 5, let's say 6 first class matches, he would have scored no half century. He against Trinidad and Tobago for the Windward Islands in 2022, that's this year, 14th of February in Taruba, he would have had 33 and 5. And for the West Indies 11 against England 11, he would have had 10 and 1. So, getting in behind that one sharply, and just taps it back to the bowler. So it's no run to him. At the end of 73, it's 86, sorry, for the loss of 4.
Yeah, Khalid continuing to bowl tight and impressive line, not really giving the sort of freebies that we saw yesterday. He's making more considered effort perhaps to attack the stumps a little more, and considering the fact that Josh Silva like to play across his pad, so it might very well be a good ploy.
Yeah, that's the thing we were mentioning yesterday as well. Silva doesn't, he don't turn the wrist on the ball. He angles the bat when he's playing the ball through mid-on or through mid-wicket. It's all angle from the Silva. Meanwhile, the substitute for the Bangladeshi team came onto the field to offer something to one of the players. It's Naeem Hassan. The one is just played down to mid-on, or to mid-wicket rather, and he gets no run. So Bangladesh have kept things quiet since coming back from that rain delay. And we were speaking about the season of Alec Athanaze thus far. Against Jamaica, he had 6 and 17 at Taruba, 12 and 14 against the Leeward Islands at Port of Spain. Against Barbados, he had 9 at Diego Martin Sporting Complex. As the Silva just plays this one back to the bowler Hassan. And against Bangladesh for the West Indies Cricket Board's 11, he had a duck. So he'd really want to make amends in this innings, and in this match, the entirety of this match, look to stamp his authority and show the selectors what he's got. Of course, they would have seen a lot of Alec Athanaze. They would have trusted in him for him to be on this team. So he'll be looking to impress here, Alec Athanaze. And he has a good partner with him as well, Greg. That's Joshua Silva.
Yes, certainly. If you want somebody out there who provides a sort of support for you, Josh will be one of those you want at the other end.
So the Silva looks as though he's disappointed in himself. He's not been able to find the gap there. So there looks to be a bit of pressure on the West Indies A at the moment. 186 for the loss of 4 at the end of 74 overs. And the West Indies team, the approach, Greg, moving forward in this innings, how do you think they need to approach this period of play here now, already passing the first innings total set by Bangladesh?
Well, as I did indicate a little earlier on, the West Indies would want to get at least a 100-run lead, and then to perhaps look to push on, be a little more positive. Because if you could get perhaps 150, 180-run lead, there's a possibility that you could bowl Bangladesh out without having to bat a second time. Because remember, they were bowled out in the first inning for 167.
And if they bowl them out cheaply as well, they may not have to make that much in their second innings as well. And it looks as though there's going to be a change from the media centre end. It looks as though it's Rizul Rahman Raja who is going to come into the attack to replace Khalid Ahmed. Rizul Rahman Raja has bowled 10 overs thus far in this innings, and he has picked up 1 wicket for 48 runs. Was a bit expensive, Greg, but he was able to pick up the key wicket of Jeremy Solizano, who was looking in some good touch.
Yes, certainly got Solizano bowled between bat and pad. One went through, but he was one of those bowlers who bowled a little too short yesterday as well.
Yeah, definitely, and the direction wasn't that good at all. And just to give you an update of how things are going at the moment in Lauder Hill, India, they are 167 for the loss of 5. West Indies pulling things back superbly up there. Obed McCoy striking to remove Rishabh Pant for 44. Dinesh Karthik, he was bowled by Obed McCoy for 6. Back here in Grossi Lay, this one turned away nicely for 4 by Alec Atanase. Good looking shot. Again, string in line there, Rizul Rahman Raja, and Atanase picks up a boundary.
Yes, Raja, very loose delivery, one may describe, just angling down the leg side, and Atanase just getting inside the line of the ball and just helping it down through the vacant fine leg area for 4.
Yeah, so Rizul Rahman Raja, he'll just want to get back his radar here after not bowling this morning. Just coming in from yesterday. This is his first over of the day. Just want to get his radar right. Just want to settle here, Raja. That's more like it from the medium pacer.
Yes, good comeback delivery just outside the off stump to Alec Atanase.
Speaking about Obed McCoy and how well he is bowled today to pick up 2 wickets. Tell you what, 3.5 overs he is bowled and he's conceded 60 runs. Economy rate of 15.65. But bit expensive today, Greg, but he has been a top performer for the West Indies, you have to say. Good delivery from Raja. Sometimes, players tend to have a day off, but every day is going to be Sunday, as they say in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but sometimes the game plan by the opposition might be to target perhaps a bowler as well, and the plan may have very well be to target him, knowing that he is one of the key bowlers for the West Indies team.
Yeah, and normally batsmen would want to do that. Is sometimes when a bowler has their tail up, batsmen look to knock them off their radar, look to knock them off their line, their lengths, put them off very early. And other batsmen tend to be a bit defensive as well, play out those good bowlers and look to attack from the other end.
Yes, it can be very unsettling to a bowler, because if he's not accustomed of, you say, batsman really taking the attack to him, and when that start to happen, sometimes there's never a plan B or plan C, and they could just go to pieces, as we would say. So sometimes that could have been deployed to really go after Obed McCoy.
Well, they went after him in the final ball of his spell. It struck a 6, and he has conceded 66 runs in his 4 overs. He picked up 2 wickets, and he has been struck for 6 sixes. out there in Lauder Hill. In the meantime, Alec Athanaze, he's operating nicely for the West Indies A in his short stay thus far at the crease. West Indies just approaching 200. 190 for 4. Looking at the weather prediction in Grosse Ile at the moment, they're saying that there's a 24% chance of precipitation in Grosse Ile, and it's telling me that it's 29 degrees Celsius at the moment. Well played there by Athanaze, breaking the wrist and getting through for a single, and that completes the over. It's 191 for 4.
Yes, Rahman. First over of the day. Really started badly, but one would say really came back well enough just to have considered just one additional run in the remaining 5 deliveries. So looking to settle pretty well, looking to bowl a full length. Unlike yesterday, we saw a number of short deliveries bowled by Raja. The approach generally from the fast bowlers seems to be one where they inclined to bowl a full length today.
Yeah, definitely. It has worked. It has worked for them. And it seems going to be another change. Well, actually, it's not. Maybe it's going to be Naeem Hassan who's going to continue. We also saw Saif Hassan bowl from that end. Saif Hassan yesterday bowled 1 over for the Bangladesh A team. And they'd want to put some pressure here on Alec Athanaze. I don't think I'm seeing Mohammad Mitun with that intent to put enough pressure on the new batsman, Greg.
Yes, Athanaze has only faced 8 deliveries. Fairly new to the crease, one would say.
Naeem Hassan, with the ball in hand, a stifled appeal, so to speak, from the off-spinner. The first innings of the Bangladesh team, Mitun, he went for 50 of 86. Naeem Hassan had 27. Saif Hassan had 20. Athanaze showing the intention to use his feet, which tells me that he's comfortable. And there's only that short leg fielder. There's one slip in position as well. If you're looking for wickets, maybe you can instill a silly point as well.
Yes, create a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and with the bounce that Naeem Hassan will be getting from this track, maybe a silly point can be vital. The batsman prodding forward like that, and the ball can get the extra bounce, balloon into the hand of a silly point fielder or a short leg fielder. Time he's looking to use his feet again, looking to play that one expansively on the onside, and doesn't make a healthy contact.
Clearly, Athanaze has shown that he's prepared to use his feet to Naeem.
Something we haven't seen from much of these West Indian batsmen of recent. So it's good to see Athanaze showing that intent. This time he's well forward and he defends that one into the offside. That completes the over. And the 76th over at that, and it's 191 for 4. A maiden over there from Naeem Hassan. And Greg, I want to thank you for your stint thus far, and I'm going to be joined now by Mr. Ryan O'Brien.
Yes.
It's been a good morning play thus far for the Bangladeshis. I think they would be the happier of the two teams at the moment, given that we had a lot of rain delays as well, and a lengthy rain delay at that, as I now welcome into the commentary booth Mr. Ryan O'Brien.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all our listeners.
Good afternoon, Ryan. As this one is pulled away nicely for 4 by Josh Da Silva. Lovely looking shot.
Yes, he's been there for some time.
Well, it's
The experienced West Indies player is also captain in this team, so he's been out there in the middle deciding that it's going to be time for him to show a little more positivity.
well, it seems as though you came in and he brought a boundary with you, Ryan.
Seems so, but he got into a good position and was able to find the gap well off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, lovely shot, to say the least. He's been batting beautifully, Joshua Da Silva, and this is what we are saying. When he gets the bad deliveries, he puts it away, and this has been the hallmark of his game. He moves on to 26. Athanaze has just gotten out there to the middle, and very gloomy here above. The groundsman has their raincoats on now, which is not a good sign. Good comeback there from Raja.
Yes, it has been. You guys have been really noticing that he's been pretty short as well. And on that previous occasion when the boundary came from the bat of the Silva, again he was short, but on that occasion he's pulling the length back a bit. And the Silva did well to get inside of his wicket.
Yeah, and he hasn't been playing the short delivery well. The short delivery that's in that mid-rib area, as I was telling Greg earlier. I'm not sure if you would have noticed that as well.
Yes, it is something that he's been a bit suspect of, but so far he's handled himself quite well.
But the delivery just outside the off stump, and again he was playing at it late. He should have been leaving that delivery. Just maybe a lapse in concentration there from the Silva. It was well wide of the off stump.
Yes, and quite interesting too, and it actually was a catch might have gone down because the field had slipped, just going casually with the left hand and not taking it.
Yeah, and you could have seen the Silva there looking back with his heart in his mouth, hoping that that catch would not have been taken, and it did not. That the second catch as well, going a bit lazily there, the first slip fielder.
Yes, the variety from Raja there, catching the Silva bit on the back foot, not coming forward and really committing himself.
A bit short, but the fielder is at backward point, but he's down at the boundary, so the Silva has the luxury of picking up a single. And I was mentioning to Greg, Ryan, that Athanaze just coming out to the middle, and we haven't been seeing that much pressure being applied to Athanaze.
Not at all, and you've seen that his whole approach from the time he has come in, he's looked very confident, not in any way looking nervous with players around his bat, and with just 2 slips of gully, definitely he's been given a charm life.
So Raja is going to come around the wicket, look to angle the ball into Athanaze, the left-hander, and he's playing very nicely. Looks very comfortable out there, as Ryan would have said, and Mitton would have instilled 2 slip fielders, and I can see to the far end of the ground third umpire Dayton Butler. He's coming out there now to have a word with the umpire. I'm not sure if it's the ball that's a concern. It seems to be the ball, Ryan.
Yes, they're having a look at it, but the ground staff, this might be concerned about the weather because it's got a bit darker than it was about 5 to 10 minutes ago. They've all been decked in their raincoats, some without, and they have been able to, do a good job in keeping the ground in reasonable conditions for us to have some play. Well, a lot of play lost in this match so far, and I'm sure the players would like to have as much play as possible continuing.
Yeah, for various reasons as well. The run-up was a concern on the first day. Joshua Da Silva and his bowlers wasn't too happy with the run-up, of course, and the ground staff did very well to spruce that run-up up and get it in a good condition for the bowlers to carry about their work. And you have to commend the groundsmen here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. As you said, they have been on their feet quite a lot in this game, and they've been doing very well. They've been busy.
Yes, they've grown a reputation over the years of being one of the better organized ground staff in the region. The head curator Kent Crafton has really put in a lot of work, so they've fed off his own attitude, and they've been working well.
Naima San He's come back into the attack. He's continuing, and he's into his 31st over. And he has done a lot of bowling in this game. He's bowled very well. 30 overs, Ryan, and only 36 runs conceded.
Yes, it's been very slow going. Very, very slow. Boundaries have been few and far between.
Yeah, and that's why we say, you mentioned boundaries being few and far between. Hassan has only conceded, 3 boundaries in his 30 overs thus far. But the Pacers, they took the brunt of the damage from the batsmen. And of course, the batsmen would have enjoyed the pace on the ball. You know, the West Indies batsmen and their struggle against spinners.
Yes, and even with the field currently said there's just one man close to the boundary, that's a deep backward square.
Coming to the crease, Athanasius looked to play very careful, and he has to do that. Just occupy the crease, the runs will come. And it's 197 for 4. He has the luxury of batting with his captain out there. He's been there for 111 deliveries at the moment. That's patience for you.
Yes, and he just played his 14th delivery. He's just on 5. And I'm sure that he would know what the game plan is. He's there for his captain. And the entire West Indies A squad will know what they want out of this game. So they're just probably taking it with that approach in mind.
Yeah, I think, Sir Andre Coley would have sent a message out there as well with Alec Athanase on what he would have asked of him, what he would need to do going out there in the middle, and what he would expect of him. And we're speaking about he has the luxury of Joshua De Silva, who is the captain. And Joshua De Silva coming into this game as a captain, he has been very vocal, and he has supported his team well, you have to say.
Yes, he has, and I'm sure he'll be bringing that experience that he's gained for being the West Indies test keeper and one of the fixtures in the West Indies squad. And in very recent times, they've had some measure of success at that level. So I'm sure he'll be trying to bring all that into play, try to encourage his players to ensure that they get the most out of this game.
Off air, we were speaking about, having... Well, actually, at the moment, we are seeing the players going off. The Bangladesh team seems to be going off. And it looks to be the light that's a concern. The light meter is out, Ryan. And umpire Chris Steele and Carl Tuckett using that light meter. And it doesn't seem as though light would permit any play at the moment at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, as it's quite dark, as you mentioned, Ryan.
Yes, and you can imagine bad light stopping play at just about 12 minutes after 1 o'clock in the Eastern Caribbean. So climate change, well, it's all up for discussion. People can take it how they want, but it's quite interesting in the West Indies squad. Looking at the scorecard, General Chandapal, he was run out. Khalid Said Ahmed, 49. Solozana Jeremy, Bol Rahman Rajaraja, 32. Casey Carty, court keeper Ali Jaka, and certainly the wickets then 35, he went 4, and definitely 5 fours in that knock. The West Indies seemed to be going quite well at that time. Joshua De Silva, he joined, or was joined by Tevin Imlak. De Silva is still there, he's on 28 not out. Imlak, after looking good this morning, he eventually went for 36, going leg before wicket, off the bowling of Said Ahmed and Alec Athanase. He's on 5, very patient from 17 delivery, just 1-4 in his knock so far. And the West Indies 197 for 4 after 70 overs. We're having a break for bad light.
Yeah, break for bad light. We'll join you back shortly when there is good news at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
So welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we're going to have a continuation of play on the third day, well into the afternoon of this 4-day unofficial test between West Indies and Bangladesh A. Just to bring you up to date, the Bangladesh team 167 all out, and the West Indies team 197 for 4, and the captain just taking strike on the resumption, Joshua De Silva. This one just played up on the onside, no chance of a run, straight to mitten. He collects, so we say good afternoon once more to Greg Wilson as Khalid Ahmed continues for the Bangladesh team.
Yes, good afternoon, Ryan, and good afternoon to all of our listeners. It's nice to see the resumption of play after the early downpour we had.
Yes, most definitely, and our technical team is providing us with some information there on the weather, so they'll keep on top of things, this delivery. First of all, looking to push into the offside, maybe just a little movement inwards of the inner portion of the bat, and this one runs down to the fine leg region, more or less a long leg, and in the process they're able to pick up a single.
Yes, some good inward movements there by Khalid, certainly a different line of attack as opposed to what we saw yesterday of him, and he has looked very impressive, one would say, during the course of the day.
Certainly, and Atenes, who's showed the propensity to stay responsible and patient, he's continuing 5 of 17 deliveries. The left-hander having 2 slips, and now the keeper just getting the man back with a square on the offside, come a bit to his left as Khalid Ahmed moves away from us here. This one is outside the off stump, and Atenas again knows where his off stump is, allows it to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. So we can see from the outfield here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, it has had a lot of rain to endure. It has soaked it up well, and the ground staff, they've used the wheel super soaker to great effect.
Yes, certainly the ground staff has done tremendous work to bring the outfield to the level it is where we could have play at this point in time. A couple hours ago, one would have seen the outfield and probably felt there would be no more play for the days.
Yes, and it was quite unusual why we had the stoppage. We get back after delivery. This one is well up to the batsman, and Atenes is coming forward, but can't beat the man at the extra cover position, and there's no run. Well, we had a stoppage for bad light just after 1. And it was quite interesting. It was probably the first time we've seen it at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, certainly we did remark that in all the years we have been doing cricket here, perhaps may have been a first that actual bad light stop play.
Most definitely. It was a good decision by the umpires, because subsequent to that we had showers, we had thunder, we had all sorts of things happening, but we are now back in more action in the middle. This one, Atenes is being drawn forward. Comes off again of the inner portion of the bat. That one was much closer to him, and he decided quite wisely to just coming forward and place it up in the onside. And we noted that when he did come in, the Bangladeshis didn't really attack him that much. They're continuing to give him that leeway, maybe hoping that can draw him into a fall shot and may provide a catch to mid on or mid off. But he's waiting rather patiently. He's up to 19 deliveries or 5. He's quite contented again. He pushes up to mid-off. The over comes to an end. So we've had their first over since the resumption, and West Indies looking to get to the 200-run mark, a particular landmark. They've already got a decent lead, but in these circumstances, both teams will be looking to see what the next generation of players can show to allow them to continue to have that nursery for players that they can turn out. And in 29 degrees Celsius right now, 81% humidity, and the wind 24 kilometers per hour. I'm sure they can use it out there to help even dry out the outfield. It's taken some good rain, but the super soaker has been used to great effect, and the ground staff also really ensuring that we got some play in. So we're gonna have the play now moving to the
Look like Raja.
Yes, Raja to take it up from the players' pavilion end. Just 2 slips. Going down now for the silver. He's standing tall on top of that one. Just really guiding it down to the gully region, and it's Azan who comes into field, and just a single taken there. So the score inching up to the 200 mark, 199 for 4.
Yes, West Indies continuing to build on the lead, and more so Captain Josh De Silva. He has been there from since yesterday, has faced some 113 deliveries for his 29, so certainly a good vigil out there by Captain De Silva.
Yes, really showing what it means to have that sort of maturity. So it's Animal Hawk operating from the southern end here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. None for 43 his figure so far, and Atanez is getting well in behind that one. Pushes it straight back up the track, almost where the batsman, the non-striker, De Silva would have been standing, just moving out of the way to allow it to go through to the fielder coming in to attend from mid-on. So Atanez has really shown that he is prepared to be very, very disciplined and to stay around and to really get some runs under his belt here.
Yes, certainly he has shown his indication, some 5 runs from some 22 deliveries. He has not played any shot really in anger, one would say.
So Hartens, right arm over the wicket. This time he seems to be offering the shot, and appeal coming up from behind the stumps. The umpire Tuckett not really showing any great interest, not moved. Some disappointment being shown there by the Bangladeshis. The batsman Atanez, yes, moving away from his crease. So very vociferous appeal there, and you can see that the keeper is, making his way across. Zakir Ali Anik going up for that catch, and no positive response from the umpire.
Yes,
so
very, very good delivery there, bowled by Raza.
Yes, movement off the seam, and one of the few times that we had Atanez genuinely beaten. He's coming across this time, plays much better, using his feet, coming across into the gully region, and it's well fielded by Shadat Hossein Tipu in the gully region. So now the Silva calls his partner down to have a word in the middle, maybe just a little reassurance, a little bounce of the gloves. Tell Atanez, don't let that bother you. The previous delivery is gone already. Let's continue to build on the innings. Even though it's getting a bit overcast once more here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So Animal Hawk from the southern end, or the players pavilion, and this one's off the inner portion of the bat, gets down to the backward square region. The fielder just moving to his right to pick up Naim Hassan. Does some good work. One bounce into the keeper, Chake Ali Enik, and certainly the umpires having to move across as the right-handed Joshua De Silva comes into strike. So the West Indies now up to 200. The 200 comes up, 200 for 4. They seem to be trying to stay resolute. Greg Wilson, you think the strategy is to get as many runs lead as possible?
Yes, certainly perhaps look to bat out the remainder of the day, for sure.
And try to put some pressure on the Bangladeshis in their second time at the crease, and confidently does the Silva come forward and plays it up to mid-on. This occasion the over comes to an end with score 200 for 4. We've had 80 overs completed. Hawk has delivered none for 44 of his 17 overs, and a good approach by the West Indies as they continue to defy the Bangladeshi attack.
Yes, a good over completed there by Raja. We saw one where Atanez was comprehensively beaten. We saw the vociferous appeal, and umpire Tuckett was not really interested, and followed up by getting one from the inner portion of the bat. So certainly there's still a bit of movement out in the middle for the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Yes, so we just seen the standby umpire Dyson Butler coming out in the middle. Maybe the new ball could be coming up due soon. We saw that Tuckett got a delivery and was handed immediately over to Taylor. They're going to use it immediately. I think he sees a signal that they're going to be taking the new ball. So the Bangladeshis, looking for wickets, decided to go with the new ball, and Khaled is going to be the man with that responsibility. Khaled Ahmed moves away from us. They media center end. This one is short. He's starting short and his delivery the long leg feeler. Just coming across a couple steps. Does well to come across and pick it up. Animal Hawk. And that's all there'll be. So one more to Atenes. So he's added a couple runs to his tally since the resumption. He's now up to 6 from 25 deliveries.
A little surprising by Khalid. Very first ball with the new ball, he decided to go short when with the older ball he was looking for swing. So one would have thought that from the onset with the new ball, perhaps he would look to see how much this new ball was swinging in that overcast condition.
What's surprising is he's only got 2 slips on the gully. His delivery is short and gives the Silver sufficient time to get on the back foot and just play it into the offside. He's been out there for quite some time. He's faced 115 deliveries for his 30 runs, so he's been out there. He's very accustomed to all that can come at him. He's seen the weather conditions. He's seen how the pitch is playing. He has assessed the outfield, and he's rather nonchalantly in behind that one. So let's see what the Bangladeshis can do to dislodge the West Indies A-team captain. This one wide outside the off, some wasted delivery. Needs to make him play. Joshua De Silva, and he doesn't offer a shot. 201 for 4.
Yes, Khalid, with the new balls, certainly has not shown the sort of discipline we saw he exhibited with the old ball. I really thought that he would have looked to pitch up the deliveries a little fuller like he did with the old ball and perhaps look for a bit of swing, but we have not seen that at all in the 3 deliveries so far.
Again, this one is really wide outside the off stump. This one is taken in front of the first slip, and they keep having some work to do. Shahadat Hussein Dipu, nimble on his feet, coming across, or rather Jacob Ali Inc., the keeper, nimble on his feet, coming across and taking in front of first slip.
So certainly in the 4 deliveries we have seen so far with the new ball, Ryan, we can safely say that Khalid has not made use of the new ball as yet.
It's not made him play sufficient, and the first one was really short. This one is wide outside the off stump, and the Silver stretches, gets it down to the deep third man position. The fielder is well placed to come in and just restrict the batsman to 1. So despite the fact that there's lots of space on the offside, there's a mid-off, extra cover, and the man down at the widest third man region, and still not able to find the boundary. So one more to the West Indies A captain, and it brings Atenes back into strike. So let's see what Khalid Ahmed produces on this occasion, coming round the wicket to the left hand, and this one, some movement back in, definitely back into the batsman after the pitch. He was well up, and Atenes deciding early was not going to offer a shot. Maybe a good decision as well, but that one really bent back and really came in a good way. Greg Wilson pitching way outside the off stump, and the keeper Anik having to move to his right, and a very good stop by him under the circumstances.
Yes, certainly, Ryan, quite a bit of movement there. We've seen in the last delivery, just what I was saying, that having the new ball, he was just spraying the new ball all over the place. We saw a number of wide deliveries outside the off stump to Joshua De Silva, but this final delivery to Atenes was pitched up a little fuller, and we saw quite a bit of movement. So one would hope that the Bangladeshi would have noticed what has happened in the final delivery and make a concerted effort to pitch the ball up a little fuller.
We're sure the plan is going to be to continue to frustrate the Bangladeshis and stay out there as long as possible, get as many runs ahead, and to try to really pressure them when they do come back out to bat. This one is just played into the offside, and Silva again getting well in behind that one, not being too ambitious, as Hawk is just a short of a good length, and no chance there of getting a run. So Animal Hawk, 17.1 overs, putting a lot of work, trusted with this second new ball to partner with Ahmed. These two have been the leading bowlers as far as the pace attack in terms of work that they've been given to do. Nice, decent approach. Well balanced. This one is a delivery pitch on or about the center and off stumps. But again, the silver patient can do so all day. Just coming forward. And one of the hallmarks of him, Greg Wilson, he hasn't really off balance. Although maybe the bat, maybe at some point looking like he wants to come around the pad. But he's kept the balance, and that has helped him present a full straight bat.
Yes, something we have noted that certainly he presents a full face of the bat to the bowler as much as possible.
He's again covering up, plays it well. The short extra cover comes in quickly to pick up. The man just lurking, the Zaki Hassan, comes in quickly, aggressively as well. With the towel just tucked in behind his trousers. So I'm sure they'll be needing it from time to time to keep that ball dry and helping the bowler. So again, Joshua De Silva looking to show that he has the temperament for this level of cricket, looking to maintain the reputation that he has gained for being the first choice as keeper in the West Indies team. It's a longer version of the game. Also given the opportunity to captain this squad, coming across and again presenting the full face of the bat. So he is keeping Hawk very much in line with what is expected right now. They are continuing to really survey what's needed. I'm sure they also have a plan, Greg Wilson, as what they would like to do by the end of the game, end of today's play.
Yes, certainly, Ryan.
And if we can have any further interruptions, we could have some decent cricket. This one is worked off the body. Good shot by De Silva. Just getting inside of the wicket. It's coming for second. They've run well. They took the first one quickly. The man coming from the fine leg region, having some good work, good space to cover. And Khalid Ahmed, he must be a bit tired. He's on the mid-wicket region, having to move to his right. So good summing up by the batsmen out there, running well and very early deciding that 2 runs would be there for the offing as Rajaraman Raja couldn't get cross sufficiently in time to prevent the second run from being taken. So Silva, he's up to 33. Delivery just again playing just in front of him on the onside. They go through for a quick single on this occasion. The long on field having to come in. So a good understanding between these two. Joshua Silva pushing himself now up to 34 and the score up to 205 for the loss of 4. So we've had another over completed, Greg Wilson, and the West Indies not seeming bothered by the advent of this new ball.
No, certainly the new ball has not troubled the batsman, especially Josh De Silva. He looks like he is very much at home, one would say, just manipulating the ball, the strike, and good aggressive running we saw between Atanes and Josh De Silva. That was the feature between him and Imlak yesterday. So certainly he has a good understanding between the wickets with the batters so far.
Yes, and they summed it up early. There was sufficient time to come for 2. There was never really any doubt, but the fielders could have only placed some pressure, but they didn't. This time he's coming forward and driving that one up to mid-on. The fielder just coming across, knocking it down. The mid-off also converging, but the batsman said a good understanding between these two. They came off the mark immediately and it took the single despite the fact that the fielder was just coming across quickly to his left. Couldn't prevent the run. And one more to the total. So they're not just contented to just steer wrong. They're looking for every possibility to advance the score.
Yes, certainly, and with the left-right combination is always going to pose an issue for the bowler as well, because he has to change his line of attack.
Certainly, as he moves away now from us. Ahmed, this one is just coming forward, straight to that field again at mid-off. Can't get around the Atanas, looking again, very composed, very organized, and hasn't really been ruffled in any way. And as you said, probably the Bangladeshis missing the trick, not really forcing the pressure, and maybe applying another slip there, getting that one off the face of the bat. Here he's waiting once more for Ahmed. This time is outside the off stump, and again, every time we see it pitch there, Greg Wilson, I don't know if he's finding the seam on that occasion, whenever it's that well up, coming back in to the batsman after it's past him, and the keeper having a good take. And they're sprinkling out spectators here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And off shot, there are 3 spectators in the Johnson Charles stand. The south western end. As Atanaz waits for Khalid, runs away from us. So he is again wide outside the off stump. Again, that little bit of movement, not the exaggerated movement that we saw in the previous over. But again, Atanaz is enough to offer a shot. And we could say that was another one wasted.
Yes, another wasted delivery there by Khalid. Certainly the intention is to bowl outside the off stump, but just have not gotten the right line and length that he would have wanted with the new ball.
206 for 4. Is it something you feel that the West Indies are contented with at this point in time, or the Bangladeshis going along with it, the pace of the scoring of the West Indies, as again Atanez is coming forward and again can get past the middle fielder? Greg Wilson, do you think that that's the entire strategy by the West Indies, just looking to stay out there as long as possible?
Yes, most certainly, Ryan. If we could get perhaps another, say, 20-25 overs for the remainder of the day's play, they would be close to perhaps 250, 260. And tomorrow, but perhaps for another hour once play could start early enough and put the Bangladesh batsmen under pressure.
So hopefully by the end of the day's play, looking for at least 100 runs in the lead. This one is the delivery which they really had to force on this occasion. Tumbling effort to get in there by Atanaz. The fielder coming in quickly from on. And luckily for him, the tumble getting him in, and also the direct attempt of the throw not really coming off. Good work nonetheless by Rajal Rahman Raja. Another over comes to an end, but West Indies showing a bit more purpose in terms of getting all runs that are available. 206 for 4.
Yes, the running between the wicket, between these two, one was very impressive. They are running for every available single. Yeah. And this last one was a good example. It was tight, but they did show a sense of urgency in getting the single.
Yes, it was. And for the number of occasions that the runs were there, and to really go for that quick single there, show that there must have been a little talk. We're saying, well, we need to step it up a bit now if we're going to reach our overall goal. We just saw what it's like underneath our position here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, with the ground staff they're normally located. Doesn't seem like they're too anxious at the moment. It's not perfect sunshine, but it's not totally overcast either this time. Athena just guides that one past the vacant gully position. 4 fielders in pursuit, and the return coming in, the man to pick it up, Deepu. The return comes into the keeper. They've already completed the couple. So Jaka Anik, the keeper, coming across, is watching as 4 of his men in the arc chasing at that one. So while it seems the West Indies are showing a bit more urgency, we can realize that the Bangladeshis, they're reading the play and they're keeping the pressure on. All 4 of them, the deepish gully, the wide gully, and the 2 men at slip, deciding that they were chasing hard at that one. This one is outside the off stump, and a disappointing delivery to follow up there from Hack. That occasion, Atanez not offering any shot, and the batsman just staying content. He's gone up to double figures. He's on 10, and his captain, the partner at the other end, Joshua Da Silva, he's on 35. 126 deliveries he's faced, and growing all the time in confidence. So they're looking to continue to build on this lead. Nothing really extended right now, but it's always pretty useful. His delivery outside the awesome, he gets up the inner portion of the bat, or a moment would started could have dragged that back onto his thumbs. Save Hassan at second slip, just putting his hand on his floppy white hat, probably deciding why it did not go onto the stumps.
Yes, the ball getting the inner portion of the bat and passing close enough to to the off stump, but fortunate enough for Atenes.
A lapse on his part, not really getting the foot across to really cover the line and getting off the inner portion of the bat, but fortune seems to be favoring the Brave, and he's finding that gap. But this time the man at the deep pitch gully is just coming across to his right and is moving quickly enough to him to just allow them to go for a single. So one more to Atenes, he's up to 11, and the score now to 210. The loss of 4 wickets. West Indies 18 batting, and they're in reply to the Bangladesh 167 all out. They faced 60.5 overs when they bat. It would have been a disappointing performance by them, as the Silver waits one more. This one is well pitched up and no ball call as well, and played into the offside. The fielder coming across to pick up Hassan. The umpire ensuring that everyone sees the call. So we just overstepping, looking for a bit extra in it to Greg Wilson, so we can see a little more urgency from the batsmen, also from the bowlers.
Yes, Ryan. The batsman and the bowler hack certainly would want to see the back of Joshua De Silva. He has been out there from since yesterday.
And he's looked good. So he's probably looking to see if he can bat out the entire day, despite the fact that we've lost a lot of time. This one is just guided into the gully region. Knocked down by Deepu. No chance of a run. The umpire just coming across to facilitate if a quick return was coming back in at the bowler's end. But all we're seeing is that the bowler returning to his mark, animal hack. None for 51, his figures so far. Looking to make use of this new ball, get into a wicket, into that right hand column. Always a good feeling for fast bowler, get the wickets under them. But they say it gets the tails up. This one is played off the inner portion of the bat down to the extra cover region. The batsman moving off the point boundary. They go through for the single. It's completed easily without any anxiety. So the score moves up by 1, 211 for 4. We've had 84 overs completed. And will we get the remaining overs in today? 19 overs we see on the board. Greg Wilson, it will be all left for conjecture. And if the weather stays this way, I think the chances are we can.
Yes, Ryan. Yesterday we had pretty much a long day. Play ended at 10 minutes to 6 yesterday.
So let's see if they can get the breakthrough now. They've been very patient. The Bangladeshi side, Khalid Ahmed. He's moving away from us. He's operating from the media center end. This one is worked off the pad down to the fielder coming off the backward square region. Now the umpire is having to move across to change over for the right-handed, left-handed comment. Must be a bit frustrating, not just for the fielders, but for the umpires as well.
Yes, right. Every time the batsman would have gone for a run, the umpire would have had to change sides as well.
Yes, so it's really been a really testing period, but they've not really been out in the outfield for long periods. They haven't had any real beating sunshine on their backs, so they could very well be accustomed to what's going on out there now and quite comfortable out there. The playing condition, this one is played into the offside, and again we've seen that Atenes is coming forward and again finds that mid-off fielder. So to the bowling of Ahmed, he's really found that mid-off fielder. So that says he's really playing in the V.
Yes, Ryan. But Ahmed needs to be a little more consistent in terms of that line of attack. Continue having Atenes to be driving with 2 slips.
Yes, this one is looking to play a terrible shot. He's looking to pull that one across the line. It's keeping a bit low. And what we've seen previously from the bowler Ahmed is that whenever he's come around and pitch anything that close up to the batsman, it's always come back into the left-handed Atenes. On that occasion, he's looking to get on the back foot and pull it through mid-wicket, which is quite vacant between the orthodox mid-wicket and the mid-on. They didn't make any contact, and for a moment thought he could have lost his off stump.
Yes, the last delivery kept a trifle low.
It's 21.3 overs delivered from him. On this occasion, it's a much more disciplined presentation of the face of the bat by the batsman Atenes. West Indies will need to maintain the consistency. Quiet period here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, but one sensing that Ahmed looking to make something happen. Doesn't know if he's feeling that there's some anxiety on the part of Atenes, looking to push it on the foot. He's faced 30 deliveries for his 11 runs. This one is short and too short, way outside the off. Some call wide too by Taylor and taken by the keeper. So wasted delivery under the circumstances. And he'll have to come back to his mark and put in some more effort. So have these two Bangladeshi bowlers with the second new ball really done justice?
Not at all, Ryan. That's just what I was thinking of before you posed the question. Khalid in particular, we felt that he has really wasted the new ball.
Yes, and Mitchum, I'm sure, would be disappointed if the effort of his two bowlers so far with the second new ball. This one's a much better delivery, forcing it, but it's no ball again. On this occasion, going past the front crease, the popping crease, and before, I think the previous one was called on height. On that occasion, it's overstepping. So the frustration on the bowler's part now really beginning to show.
Yes, Ryan. Wide, followed up by a no ball. Khalid really, as one of the senior fast bowlers, certainly would need to lead by example, one would say.
Anxious for a wicket. He is going away from us, approaching the umpire. Chrysalis one is coming forward and plays into the offside. Atenes, quick, nice, cheeky on the arm return from the fielder, is rushing in from the extra cover, but the Silver didn't commit himself too far outside of his crease, and no chance of a direct hit pulling off a run out. So the Bangladesh should be looking for a wicket by all means necessary here now. They would like to get something in their favor before stumps are drawn this afternoon, and to keep the West Indies, way behind what they would like to do as far as strategy as this game goes forward. This time Atenes is standing tall up to short extra cover, but won't get the single. They overcoming to an end, and 215 now for the loss of 4, and we're going to have another voice coming into opposition, and for once more today, Visham Lalman. Welcome, Visham.
Thank you, Ryan, and it's good to be here alongside you once more.
So we've just had the West Indies having to see off the early overs from the second new ball, and they've done quite well.
Yeah, certainly Joshua De Silva and Alec Atenes doing an excellent job, you have to say, in negotiating these early exchanges with the new ball from the Bangladesh bowlers. But I think you have to write it down as well to not so good use of the new ball by the Bangladesh bowlers.
Yes, most definitely, and we've seen that when they do get it up in the right areas, could have caused some problems for the West Indians this time. The Silver, resolute, comes forward, and you can see some of the frustration of the Bangladeshis. Here we seen Hussain coming in and just rifling that one at the non-strikers and trying to make something out of nothing. And luckily for him, the long-on fielder there to back him up. And Raja just in the right position, but it's looking to get Atenes out of his crease. There'll be some frustration being shown there.
Need to get wickets here, the Bangladesh unit. They'll be looking for that at the moment.
Hawk is the man looking for that. And this one is played into the offside. Attempt at a tumbling save. And again, we also noticed that since with the new ball and maybe one or two odd shots by Atenes, that the Bangladeshi fielders seem to a bit shown a little more energy.
Yeah, you have to say so. I think we didn't see that this morning, not much of that, and yesterday as well in the afternoon. It's good to see that energy being lifted a bit in the Bangladesh team as they are looking to prize forward.
Well, Hassan is the man looking to really keep them that level of energy. As we've seen, this one is well pitched up and he's coming forward. And with a full face of the bat and a tumbling attempt by the bowler to really cut it off. Hack not able to get it, but the mid-off fielder coming in, he picks up.
I think that one was a bit too full there from Animal Hack, and the Silver would have thought that he missed out. And just playing it to that mid-off fielder, he's been finding the mid-off and mid-on fielders on a number of occasions, looking to play that ball straight.
215 for 4. Could this be the period when something breaks? Could this partnership get a bit loose? Or can Bangladesh find something? This one is well pitched up. Lovely shot by the Silver. Despite the rain here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, this one goes all the way, unimpeded, to the deep extra cover boundary. Lovely shot by the West Indies A captain.
Top shot by Josh De Silva, and with the form that he is in as well, and the amount of time that he has spent at the crease, he won't miss out on those. Just feasting on that full delivery from Animal Hack. It was overpitched and well put away.
Almost genuflecting, just coming forward, just penning that front pad, coming forward. Everything in line, full face of the bat and pushing it immaculately into the gap, just past the extra cover. And the man at long off didn't have a chance. It really raced across the outfield, and we've had some rain for today. It's either that the ground staff did a very good job, or that was very, very well timed. I think it could be a combination of both.
Yeah, and the drainage very good here as well at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, it's been noted for that, and it shows that it has kept up over the years. As Silver just almost genuflecting, just a bit off balance, looking to come forward in at the last moment, just losing his footing, and a good delivery there on that occasion.
Yeah, that one keeping a bit low, hitting low on the bat. And had he missed that, and that would have cannoned into middle and leg stump if that had struck him on the pad.
Definitely, it looks like the kind of length that Hack would have to look for on a more consistent basis. So that has proven that if they can really maintain the discipline, find a spot and hit it consistently, at some point you'll be rewarded. So Hack is in once more. The Silver gets the delivery that he's just standing tall on top of it. We'll get at least a couple here. There's a chase for the deep backwards square on the offside, but they'll come back easily for the second run. Hassan doing well to cover there. So just the bowler guilty of being short on that occasion. So West Indies continuing along their merry way, 221 for 4, and this partnership building up.
Yeah, I can't understand why these Bangladesh bowlers continue to bowl this short. We've seen from side Khalid Ahmed the intention to go full, and with a new ball you don't want to be wasting the shine here at the moment, and with the breeze that it has blowing across the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, the amount of moisture in the air as well, you want to be pitching the ball up, getting it moving, enticing the drive from the batsman with 2 slips and a gully in position.
Most definitely, they haven't really used that new ball a great effect. We haven't seen the ball peeling off the edge. Deliveries that have really been not good at the batsman had to defend were probably a bit too close. They had, sufficient time to cover the line, and the other occasions when they were short, it was outside the off stump, and not really using the new ball as well as they could. So we're going to have a change. Raja, he said he's going to take it up from the northern end here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So we're going to have one medium pacer replacing another, and if looking to see if he can get the breakthrough. You see the towel is at the end of his trousers, between the trouser and the shirt, and a good start, discipline on about the off stump line. They always tell you to aim for the top of off stump as the medium fast bowler. On that occasion, Atenez was disciplined enough to just come forward and played it casually.
He's been very watchful, Ali Atenez, and that's very commendable of him. And Raju Rahman Raja is someone who is going to hit a hard length. That is what he likes to do, and the ball tends to skid on when he's bowling a lot.
Yes, and what I like about this change too as well, Visham, they're getting some variety. So it's quite useful now, that this change. Good delivery, just beating the outer portion of the bat. Lovely length, the sort of length that is unplayable And it seemed that he must have been just touching down on the seam, going over the shoulder of the batsman. A very, very good delivery there.
Yeah, brilliant indeed there from Raja. That one pitching and moving away. And Athanaze would have been accustomed to facing Ahmed, who would have been pitching the ball up. The ball would have been tailing into him. This time, that ball tailing away. So hence, he was playing inside the line of it. And he was expecting the ball to come in. So good delivery from Raja.
Let's see if he can be consistent. Can he be the one to get the breakthrough? Could he catch the remaining all of the West Indies napping in the pavilion, and make some inroads into this West Indies team batting? But Athanaze has other ideas. He's going to really shepherd the bowling and stay out there and see if he can get runs to his name. Yes. He's on 11.
Well, speaking about Raja making the breakthrough, he started things yesterday for the Bangladesh A team. He was able to dismiss Jeremy Solazano for 32. Solazano and Chandapal having a partnership of 78, of course, before Raja struck. And he got a delivery, was pitching up a delivery that was tailing in to Solazano that went through his bat and pad. So you may want to follow in that same vein here now, Rizul Rahman Raja.
Yes, and Raja seems to be the go-to man for the Bangladeshis now. And will he be able to deliver? His delivery is short, and Athanaze just gets inside of his wicket, pivots well, pulls it across. The fielder coming across to his right at the mid-wicket region. But in the end, they complete two radis. No real timing of the shot, but sufficiently away from the fielder to pick up 2 runs.
Well, he's starting to look a bit more comfortable now, Alec Athanaze, despite that delivery previously beating him outside the off stump. He's starting to play his shots. He's looking comfortable, and that is what we say. As you bat and you occupy the crease, batting tends to get easier.
Yes, but I don't know if the Bangladeshis would like what they've seen now, because they might be seeing, well, he's probably going to, drop on his guard, and now we've seen that he's going for that hook shot. We've seen it on a couple of occasions, but he's resisted it for quite some time. Granted, it was pretty short from Raja. He's in once more. This time he's standing and coming across, and again into the offside. So Athanaze showing some degree of composure and rewarding the sort of faith and the confidence of regional selectors in him, allow him to have some of these opportunities to come on and see if he can be a part of the second generation right now, the nursery of younger cricketers that are going to step up in a couple of years' time for the West Indies.
Yeah, definitely so. Certainly a young, bright talent. Alec Athanaze from Dominica, 23 years of age, the young man.
I think it's very good signs for Windies Islands cricket. It's Raja shotting his on the back foot and pulling it straight to mid-off. Didn't time it. No ball call, unfortunately. What a catastrophe. He seemed to have, I do not know what we can say. Did he get the call early enough, or was it a lapse in concentration? But he just got into the back foot, looked to pull it. It was nowhere in the region where he could have pulled to come across to get it early enough. Then the no ball call. The call was pretty late, so probably had already gone into the shot. Disappointment for the Bangladeshis.
Well, what I'm thinking here, Ryan, is that delivery was wide outside the off stump. He was looking to take a delivery from outside the off stump and pull it into the onside. It may have been better served leaving that one alone, or maybe just punching it backward of point.
Yes, or even over the slip cordon. He's really flirting with danger now. He's coming forward. So as we told you, the Bangladeshis would be quite encouraged now that he's shown a little more propensity to go a bit more aggressive to the introduction of the new bowler there coming in, Raja, the man that the Bangladesh is really calling upon. So it's been quite an eventful over. Athanaze looking to get on with things a bit, and the Bangladesh is seeing the opportunity going a bag.
Yeah, and it's difficult. It's difficult when you're under the pump and you're on the back foot and you have the opportunity to get a wicket. You make everything happen. Rizul Rahman Raja, he's a wicket-taking bowler. He comes in, he's a strike bowler. He's a man with the golden arm for Mohammed Mithun. As I said, he came in, he got Solazano yesterday. He came in to make a breakthrough today. He did so, but it was a no ball. That's difficult.
Yes, and the captain Mithun must have been very disappointed too, because he pulled off that catch. And we could have seen even from our replay that the no ball was called well after the shot. So it's almost like, if we could make an analogy to a sprint, Let's say let's use recent World Championships, and one or two athletes just jump into a fraction of a second, deemed to be legal start. That probably could have been a case in relation to cricket, because Atenez on that occasion was able to get away with it.
Well, he's lucky. As they Alec Atenez, he's a lucky man today, and he would want to use that luck that he's had to great advantage.
But it's going to be Joshua De Silva. I'm sure he would have had some words with his partner. He'd be saying, let's continue to push it on a little more. Let's build a bigger partnership. But De Silva is waiting. This avenue where this one is played into the offside. The fielder comes quickly to his left. No chance of a run there. So the Bangladeshis continuing to stick with Khalid Ahmed. And he definitely seems to be the bowler in which that they have the greatest confidence.
Yeah, and he didn't start well yesterday. His first two overs went for 16, believe it or not. And he was taken off immediately. And now he's come back beautifully. He's bowling well. And it's good to see Mohammad Mithun showing that confidence inside Khalid Ahmed.
Yes, and both teams would have their own plans for these games. This is the one that's going to follow from the 10th to the 13th, second unofficial test match here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So both teams knowing what they want from these encounters. There's also got some limited overs games following those. So they know quite well what they want to do. They're not being, as we can see, not too harsh on their players, allowing them to feel confident and giving them the opportunity to really go out there and express themselves.
Yeah, it's very luxurious for many of these players, getting the opportunity to go out there and develop and showcase their wares in front of these selectors.
I think the Silver not doing his cause any harm. He's given in, just coming across. See what's happened there. The umpire went up pretty quickly. Tuckett, he was just coming across rather nonchalantly, and the appeal went up. And the West Indies A captain Joshua De Silva goes very casually, leg before wicket, and the Bangladeshis they break through, and the persistence of Khalid Ahmed paying off, and he's got the West Indies 18 captain leg before wicket.
Well, let's have a look at that again. De Silva is saying that struck him high, but tell you what, Daren, that looked to me as though it would have been knocking off that middle and off stump.
Yes, and he off balance a bit, the momentum. He didn't really push forward. He came across, he came very square of the wicket. Had he probably just pushed out a bit more, maybe an inside edge or something onto the pad would have saved him. But a good delivery. So the situation where something had to give, and it seemed on this occasion it has gone Bangladesh's way.
Yeah, definitely so. And a big wicket at that. West Indies wicket-keeper batsman Joshua De Silva has to go. And he misses out on a well-deserved half-century as well. He batted long, and that's what we have grown accustomed to seeing, Ryan. These West Indies batsmen getting starts and not being able to push on.
Yes, and they've occupied the crease for some time, and he's gone for 43. I'm sure he would have been looking at that milestone and then hoping that with the remaining overs today, the 16 overs could have helped the rest of the batting get as close as possible, maybe to 270, 280, to really force the Bangladesh team into some pressure on the final day.
And not just the West Indies senior team. We're looking at this contest. Tejarine Chandpol, 49 atop the order. Jeremy Salazano, 32. Kisi Kati, 36. And also Tevin Imlak, 34. And now we see Joshua De Silva, 43. All of them getting starts, not being able to push on. It's showing, it's clear.
Yes, and is it something that the West Indies set up as far as the rudiments of our young players coming up? Is that something that they would need to ensure that they're more aware of, that these youngsters coming through should know that this has been a trend and we need to stop it at some point?
Well, it's similar to the bowling effort as well. Normally, early on in an innings, the West Indies comes in, their bowlers come in, make early inroads into a batting lineup, and then they tend to settle and allow a batting team to get away. It's similar. You know, you come in, you get a start, you bat for 100 plus balls in a test match, and then you're on 35, 40 runs, and then you throw your hand away. I can't understand. Is it a lack of focus, Ryan?
Yes, I don't know if our standards are too low in terms of, that mental capacity to appreciate a game situation and to have that mental strength to outweigh your opponents despite whatever it is. The game situation, you find yourself in a good position, don't throw it away, because you can just add 2 wickets quickly to a score and then the complexion changes, or you can lapse on your bowling, don't take your chances, do not have the intensity, and then you get a big partnership on your back. So they've really got to know that this game of cricket is a lot of hard work, a lot of mental capacity. It can drain you, but again, it's the guys with the greater mental capacity, the ones who in the end show that they're ready for that level.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not as though the talent is lacking. There's immense talent in the West Indies, and many of these players, if not all of these players who are at this level, have immense talent. So it's not the talent. I guess it's just that situational awareness and that lack of concentration at certain points in your game that is the fault.
Yes. I know that some persons say that West Indian players, they do not play enough cricket. That could be an argument.
Yeah.
But these players, true, that could be said, but these are guys who have come through the ranks.
Yep.
So even if they do not play at a competitive level as we have here now, on a more consistent basis, but they've been around for quite some time. They've come to the ranks, I'm sure, from under 15, under 17, under 19s, regional competition. So they should be that basic. I think they just got to find the sort of determination and the application, because other teams are able to do it. They're able to turn out with much less talent. But hopefully at some point we'll get it all fixed up. So it's going to be Yannick Karaya who will coming to join Atanes. So he's had some time in the pavilion to really see what's been going on, and I'm sure he's not unfamiliar with what the strategy of the West Indies is going to be. So let's see how he applies himself. The left-hander is just looking around, and I can remember seeing him as you were speaking a few years ago, a number of years ago. He actually represented Trinidad and Tobago right here on the 19th level. And most of these names have come true at that point. A number of them have gone on to represent the West Indies as well. Jermaine Blackwood played the same year with him when he represented Jamaica. And a number of those players were around. Okay, so these guys have some experience. John Campbell, Paul Palmer, captain Jamaica at that time. But let's see how Karaya is going to fit up his first delivery. One is down the leg side. He does well just to come in. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly, but no possibility of a run. So these players have had the opportunity to play at this level, and I'm sure that they'll be able to. I think as well is how badly do they want it? When they get these opportunities to really impress the selectors, that they really deserve to be there and not go on to a higher level.
Yeah, the hunger is important. The hunger for success. You have to want that success. You need to show that you want it. And in order to gain that success, you need to put in the hard work. A number of these guys have been putting in the hard work. It's just, when you come out there now to play, you need to do the right thing. Keep it simple. Do the basics right.
Khalid Ahmed has had success. He's come around the wicket now. And Karaya just watches as it goes past the off stump. Good decision as well. Didn't decide he was going to offer a shot. They've got 2 slips. Also the gully waiting. And the man, at a kind of squarish point. So not to offer the bat there so soon into your innings is a very good idea. They've already made the breakthrough. Let's see how you can continue and start a fresh partnership.
Karaya is such a wonderful left-handed batsman who can bowl a bit of leg spin as well. He's developed his bowling as well over the years, but tell you what, he's a wall when he's out there with the bat.
He's coming across and plays it into the offside, and this one up to mid-off. So you might have known a bit more about him in domestic cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Yeah, he has had a good domestic season, a regional season this year. He's had a good season as well for his club team, Queen's Park Cricket Club, this year as well. And I tell you what, Ryan, he had picked up 2 hat-tricks for the Queen's Park Cricket Club in 2 consecutive days, semi-final and final at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. And to add to that, his regional season this year has been a good one. He had 100 against the Leeward Islands at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and in that game he had 3 for 33 with the ball. He had a 35 not out against Barbados, and against Bangladesh he captained the West Indies Cricket Board's 11 earlier in the year, and he had a 56 as well. So he's in some form.
Yes, and he would be quite familiar with the conditions here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So everything is good for this prospect of this innings. Now he's looking on from the non-striker's end, but he'll come in to strike. This one is worked up the pad by Atanez. He'll get one more run to his tally. He's up to 14, and it's going to be Karaya, who we just heard so much about from Bisham. And again, he's been one of the players in the region that I'm sure most cricket enthusiasts would have followed over the year. So he's just taking his guard now from umpire Taylor. And Raja, the man who's looked aggressive, he's put in the hard work, he's bent his back, he's mixed it up a bit, he's been closer to the batsman and most of the bowlers. He hasn't really dug it in this spell that much, so he's looking to be effective to get a breakthrough in this time. Karaya coming forward, covers well, plays it up into the mid-on region, again straight to the fielder.
Yeah, Karaya is someone who has been knocking on the door, at least for the West Indies A-team setup. He hasn't been he hadn't broken in to the West Indies senior team just yet, but he's no stranger to the West Indies setup in terms of under-19 cricket. Of course, he would have played in that ICC World Cup in 2010 in New Zealand, and he would have played against guys like Virat Kohli, and these guys would have played for India. So he has a lot of experience on his shoulders, and it's just for him to continue to do that good work.
Very good judgment on that occasion on his part. Just coming forward, he seems to be a guy that really sums up where his off stump is. So just that comment you mentioned about playing rubbing shoulders along people like Virat Kohli, it actually shows us that the sort of progression that their players have been able to in a shorter space of time compared to ours. So that's quite a remarkable comment.
Yeah, definitely. So look how far Virat Kohli have come. Not just Virat Kohli, but a number of those guys who would have participated in that tournament some 12 years ago. Their career has elevated.
Yes, most definitely. So they've got something in their structure that really gets the talent to the level that they would need it. This time is coming forward, maybe just opening the face slightly. There's a backward and square. The fielder just coming off the boundary, almost halfway from the boundary. Picked up, sends a return back in. So that was a hack. It's coming off the square boundary there on the offside. And Karaya, he gets off the mark and brings Atanez in to strike. He's batting from the players' pavilion end.
Yeah, not in total control at all of that shot there, Karaya.
Just looking like it peeled off the outer portion of the bat. A good observation. Raja is going to see if he can work on that mental or psychological victory there. This one is wayward, the line not good, and quite easily Atanaz gets inside of his wicket and plays it down to the fine leg region, and the batsman just ambled through for a single.
Yeah, so he's doing the right thing, Atanez. He's just turning the strike over, and the West Indies A-team in a good position, 227 for 5, and they don't want to throw away this position that they are in. They would be looking to win this game with the bowling that we saw in the first innings. Their confidence would be up to look to bowl out Bangladesh, but it'll be interesting to see when they declare this innings, or if they bat out this innings and look to make as much runs as possible.
227 for 5. Could they have enough? It's just beaten by the length of that one. Just coming forward, maybe a bit casual, and the ball maybe just dipping and getting under the bat. So good end to the over there by Raja. Karaya just a bit casual, not making contact and going through to the keeper. So the over ends at 227 for 5 with Karaya on 1 and Atanez on 14.
I'm getting some movement in the air there from Raja, and Karaya seemed to be signaling something to the back of the umpires, maybe at the side screen, saying that he didn't pick up that one clearly, and he needs to wake up a bit. Yannick Karaya.
Yes, most definitely. So let's see if Greg Wilson, when he comes in at the next over, could Can he bring further fortune for the Bangladeshis, or will he be able to get the partnership going for the West Indies between these two? So it's a good situation in play, brought some interest back into the match with the dismissal of the silver. Atenes hasn't really taken the bowling by the scruff of the neck, so he hasn't really pushed the score along. That could give a glimmer to the Bangladeshis. Looking for another wicket. Atenes is just coming forward again, a bit tight for space, and again Ahmed, good length delivery and shoot some good bongs as well. Ball's still a bit new.
Yeah, and if you look at how Atenes was playing that shot, that one hitting the inside portion of the bat, and he was looking to push at that one to get that delivery or that ball backward of that cover fielder to the left, sorry, to the right of that fielder, and the ball coming back in sharply.
Yes, it really hit the bat hard, and of the inner portion of it as well. So good psychological blow there from the bowler. And this one is coming across and just guides it down to the man coming off the backward point, reaching on the offside. A single brings Karaya back into strike. The good thing about it, these two have been able to rotate the strike. So Atenes has not really been keeping Karaya at one end all the time. He's been getting the opportunity to face a few more balls and to get a feel of what's going on out there. It's bit overcast, but we really haven't seen the sideways movement or that much movement through the air. We noticed that from this end, Raja had some early movement into the left-hander, but so far it's been, pretty docile so far, and the shine is going up the second new ball. Karai just coming forward, placed up on the onside, thought of a quick single, and Atenes deciding early that he wasn't interested. He didn't even look around. It was Karaya's call, but Atenes was quite adamant he wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, certainly he stood his ground there, Alec Atenes, and two similar players, you have to say, Yannick Karaya and Atenes, not because of the obvious fact that they are left-handers, but they are very similar in the manner in which they approach their innings.
2 for 64, Khaled. Deliveries one is just playing off the body. Good pivot inside the wicket. Good confident looking shot. It's working it off the body. It's kind of a get off from the shot. And it's when you play in the streets in your respective countries, and the guy said, "Get off from me." This kind of shot was really well played and looked to be in well control. On another occasion, probably for a little more pace, a little more bounce, could have easily spooned it. But Karaya seemed to be in good control of that one and pick up another single.
If I'm a Bangladesh captain, and if I'm seeing that my bowler Khalid Ahmed is digging those deliveries in short, I could be tempted to put in a short leg.
Yes, he hasn't had. They really haven't really gone in too much of an offensive for the entire day, which is quite interesting. This one is coming forward and pushing up confidently, stretching forward, and meeting that delivery on the up, plays it into the offside. So he's looking more and more confident, looking comfortable out in the middle, a bit more assured of himself, and happy to be here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground playing at this level up against the Bangladeshis, and trying to continue to make a name for himself in international cricket. Yes, stepping at his mark again, Ahmed, looking to get further wickets in the column. 2 for 65. Yes, one more delivery left in his 24th over. And Atenes gets a short delivery. He just comes inside of his wicket. One bounce down to the fielder down at the fine leg region. Hannibal Hack. He feels rather well. The over coming to an end. It's now up to 230. For the loss of 5, the West Indies team, we've had 90 overs completed. We're going to have Greg Wilson, who is going to come in as we continue the rotation.
Yes, as Greg settles in, it's 230 for 5, as Ryan said, and it's a period here of rebuilding here for Atenes and Karaya, just looking to build their innings and It's the West Indies. They're in a good position as Greg takes his seat. Good afternoon, Greg, once more.
Yes, good afternoon. I realize since I left the broadcast, we have lost the captain, Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, and Joshua De Silva, of course, was leg before to side Khalid Ahmed. So a well pitched up delivery that was stealing into him, and he was playing around it. We mentioned that concern for him playing around that front pad, but Raja is back into the attack, and Athanaze likes those short deliveries. He's pulling that one, and he will get 2. So Raja, he seems to like to bowl those short deliveries. He continues to attack Athanaze with those short pitch deliveries.
That's unless he has done his research on Athanaze and have realized that Athanaze perhaps have gotten out on quite a few occasions to the short pitch deliveries, and the reason why they are attempting that ploy at him.
Yeah, just maybe, Athanaze has that challenge of playing short deliveries, and he doesn't do well against them. And we've seen Raja attempted to pitch the ball up, and when he did that, the ball was moving away from the left-handers. And it's very easy from that length to pick where the ball would be, the direction which the ball will be coming towards you, whether it'll go away, whether it'll come back in. And at the moment, Athanaze is dealing with it quite easily. Two slips and a gully in position, the backward point on the boundary, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and wide fine leg, deep backward square leg on the boundary as well for Alec Athanaze, and his partner Karaya on the other end as well. This time short, it's into the air, and well forward of that deep backward square leg fielder. Athanaze has to hurry, and he'll get 2 quite easily in the end. Not in total control, Greg.
Yes, not in total control, but luckily for him, he struck the ball into the vacant area. So there was no need, perhaps you would say, to look for control, because once they got it out in the open area, it was always going to be 2 easy runs.
Yeah, I think Karaya goes up to him there now, and he's telling him to be a bit mindful of those 2 fielders on the onside. That is the deep backward square leg fielder, and also the wide fine leg fielder, because Raja is going to be peppering him with those short deliveries.
Yeah, that seems to be the line of attack for Raja to Athanaze.
Yeah, just slicing those deliveries, getting more height than anything, not rolling his wrist over the short deliveries to keep it down.
Yes, certainly he has not looked to get over the deliveries. Perhaps, as I did indicate, the fact that you don't have too many guys out in the outfield, he perhaps figure he could just hit the ball into the to the open areas and get himself 2 easy runs.
Not so good for 2 days for the Bangladesh senior team and the West Indies senior team as well. We'll discuss that after this ball from Riju Raman Raja. So he's persisting with that length, and all Athanaze is doing is just getting back and across and solidly punching it into the offside. So the West Indies senior team going under to India today in Lauderhill in Florida, and of course they were not able to chase down 192 set for victory by the Indians. They only were able to amass 132, and Avish Khan was the man of the match. He had 2 for 17 in his 4 overs, and Ashdeep Singh had 3 for 12 in 3.1. Those were the main destroyers for the Indians out there in Lauderhill. This time Athanaze stylishly pulls this one into the onside, and that's 4. Lovely looking shot there from the left-hander.
Yes, lovely looking shot there by Athanaze, just getting onto one leg and swiveled it, hitting this one to the backward of square region and race across the field for 4. So certainly he was in total control of this shot.
And not looking to overhit the ball. It was there to be hit. Just going on one leg, that's the left leg. Getting that right leg up in the air and pivoting nicely onto it. and he earns himself another boundary, and it takes his tally up to 25, and the score now 238 for the loss of 5.
Yes, the West Indies batsmen, they've all gotten stats as you did in the kids. I mean, I'm looking at the scoreboard there. Tijnara Chanderpaul, 49. You have Salazano, 42. Kati got 38, 46. The Silver, 43. And you have Amlak, 46. And now you have Atanes, who was already on, 20, 25. So certainly they have gotten good stats, but nobody has gotten at least a half century.
Yeah, certainly so. And they would want someone to stand up and get a big score. And there's been consistent run scoring from the West Indians, but again, not being able to get a big score, push on from the starts that they would have had. That first delivery there, Kara just pushing it into the onside, and Khalid Ahmed continues. Kara driving, looking to drive that one past that cover fielder, and that's Zaki Hassan out there, and he does well.
Karaya is looking very positive from the time he has come out in the middle.
Yeah, he's looked positive, and that's what you want to see if you're the coach of the West Indies A team, that your batters going out there and looking to play positively, not getting into a shell, not tying themselves down. As much as it's a longer version, it's a longer version of the game. You don't want to see your batsmen tying down them on one end. You need to play positively, rotate the strike, take that scoreboard over. Just settling himself before he gets into position to play against Khalid Saeed Ahmed. Karai just on 2. He's faced 11 deliveries thus far. Ahmed has looked very good. This one edging and just past that second slip fielder, diving away to his left, and Karaya gets a boundary to his name. But it's a fortuitous one, you have to say, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly looking for the big expansive drive outside the awesome, and the ball just peeling off the outer edge. And this is the sort of line and length that we were asking the bowlers bowl on a more regular basis, and we have not seen that. And on this occasion, just pitching this one up, Karaya going for the full drive and getting the outside edge, but the support was not given to him, just 2 slips.
Big booming drive there from Karaya, talking about playing positively. There he was, looking to drive that full pitch delivery. And the umpire seems to be converging here, umpire Chris Taylor and Carl Tuckett. And looking at the ball on that covers there as our cameraman zoomed in on it. And it looked to be very damp. It's a new ball though, but it looked to be a bit damp. The seam, of course, would be a bit damp. And it'll be difficult for Ahmed and these bowlers to really, grip the ball, the seamers. Most of the spinners though, who has not been introduced yet after taking the new ball, they're one of the photographers here at the ground.
I thought that was one of your new recruits for your media team.
Well, have to consult Mr. Vinod Mamjan to find out about that one. Good old Greg Wilson saying that that's one of our new recruits. But Karai is on 6, 242 for 5. Khalid Ahmed pulling back his length, and Karai just allows that one to come on to him. He works it into the onside and he gets 1. So realizing that Karai would have edged that one, I would have hoped that, Saeed Khalid Ahmed would have continued to persist with those full pitch deliveries, get him driving.
Yeah, same thing I was thinking. I'm saying the previous delivery, your inducer falls short. from Karaya, and the next delivery, it's a short ball into the body where he could just walk into the vacant mid-wicket area.
It's a different plan to Atenes. He's going to come over the wicket to Atenes. He was round the wicket to Karaya, but we are seeing him coming over the wicket to Atenes, looking to angle the ball across. As the over comes to an end, 92 overs have been bowled. It's 243 for the loss of 5.
Yes, certainly Ali did provide a chance in the last over, but the inconsistency that we have spoken of from since yesterday of the Bangladesh bowlers, the inability to perhaps bowl 3 and 4 deliveries in the good areas, so to speak.
Yeah, and good to see a couple kids here on hand as well coming in to look on at the cricket, and maybe some of these guys can be part of the future of West Indies cricket. Who knows?
Well, actually, there is what you call the Northern Grassroots program, and on Saturdays you have quite a few kids who they normally come here with Coach Alton Crafton.
Okay.
So some of them are still around the area, taking in a bit of the cricket.
It's good to see them getting the opportunity to come out and develop. Looking at the West Indies A-team develop as well, and getting that opportunity to look on at this game could do so much for the confidence and confidence of these youngsters.
Yes, certainly there are some of the names there that would be familiar to them, and to see them in person certainly could motivate them to go on to bigger things.
Yeah, the motivation is a big factor to consider when it comes to these players as well. Have to give credit to the coaches of those youngsters, getting them out here and working hard with them, and now just having that opportunity to look on. And Naeem Hassan, the off spinner, is back into the attack. This would be his 32nd over, and he is bowling to Karaya. Just playing it into the offside. He's a player who's not going to give you much to work with. Yannick Karaya, he has a solid approach to his batting, and Naeem Hassan has picked up 1 wicket. He's picked up that of Kesey Kati, caught behind by Jaka Ali Anik, as we see Karaya looking for 2, and he'll get it easily in the end. And nice looking shot, showing that intent to use his feet to negate whatever spin there may be from Naeem Hassan, who's delivering from a high trajectory as well.
Yes, the 2 batsmen at the crease certainly have shown the intention. Once the ball is flighted, they are prepared to use their feet. We saw that from Atenes very early in his innings.
245 for 5. Ooh, this one, Corral's looking to play that one through the offside, and he was leaving a big space between bat and pad, and luckily Hassan didn't snap through there. It took the inner half of the bat. This time he's driving sweetly through the offside, and that's going to be 4. Lovely shot from Yannick Karaya.
Yes, certainly driven indeed, and bisected the 2 fielders, the extra cover and short cover, down to the boundary for 4. So certainly that was exquisitely driven. Really got over the pitch of this delivery, and certainly you could see this is a shot of a man that is in confidence.
Yeah, he's confident, and I was mentioning to Ryan earlier that he's in some form as well. Yannick Karaya, coming off of a 56 for the West Indies Cricket Board 11 against Bangladesh, so he would know a lot about these players as well, Yannick Karaya. That game took place at Coolidge on the 9th of June in 2022. That's this year, earlier in the year. And that's the end of the over. At the end of it, 249 for 5, just about looking to approach 250 here, the West Indies A team. Karaya, he's on 13. Atenes, he is on 24.
Yes, the batsmen out there are looking very positive, especially Karaya, since he came in to replace his captain Joshua De Silva. 249, they're approaching another landmark, and the lead so far 81 runs, so certainly West Indies would want to get at least a 100-run lead by the end of the day's play, and then tomorrow perhaps revisit the position of the team, perhaps what time the game starts, to know what the approach would be in order to press home for a victory on the final day.
Yeah, and earlier there, while Greg was speaking, and we saw the coaching staff of the Bangladesh team sitting under the dugout. We'll elaborate on that. You can see them at the back there. Khalid is running in from there, and he's running into Atanese, who just punches that one into the offside, and he doesn't get a run. Mizanu Babul Rahman, that is the head coach of the Bangladesh A team, the man from the Najpur Rajshahi. He would have played 5 first-class matches and 6 list day matches, and now he's the head coach of the Bangladesh A team. And of course, Abdul Razak, former Bangladesh international cricketer as well, former spinner with the Bangladesh team, and left-arm orthodox spinner Abdul Razak, and he's a national selector for the BCB, and he's here with us as well. I saw him, giving advice to the spinners like Naeem Hassan, and I'm sure that would have, fueled the success of many of these spinners. And speaking about spinners as well, Greg, we saw Rangana Hirat. Of course, he is now the spin bowling coach for the Bangladesh senior team as well.
Yes, and he certainly was a handful in his days.
And Abdul Razak, the man from Khulna in Bangladesh, and he would have picked up 207 ODI wickets, 28 test wickets, and 44 T20 international wickets, and he holds a record as well, and we'll just speak about that after. This time Karaya driving, but he misses out. He finds the fielder. He has the most consecutive 4 wickets in an innings. He's the first man to do so, and that's 3 consecutive 4 wickets in an innings from Abdul Razak, and he has the 6th most wickets on a single ground, that's 75, and he has the highest strike rate in an innings as well. He's 7th on that list. So you'll be lending a lot of knowledge to these youngsters in front of him. Correa looking for a quick single. That's brilliant running from both these batsmen. Good backing up as well from Alec Atanese.
Yes, good aggressive running there. And as you say, almost had both batsmen run, or they had a throw at the non-striker's end, and Atanese really got in just in time. So the ball, he had a chance of throwing at both stumps.
Yeah, that's excellent running, and Correa spotting the opportunity very early to get that run. He called through Atanese, who backed him up well. 251 for 5 now, and Atanese is on 25, and Correa on 14. Can't afford to let these 2 batsmen get away. In no time already, Correa has worked himself up to 13. Loud appeal for leg before, looked a bit high to me. You'll have to have a look at that again. And Khalid Ahmed asking umpire Tuckett whether it was high. I thought that it was a bit high. Maybe pitching outside the line of the leg stump as well. And certainly that could be going over the off stump.
Yes, I think height certainly would have been the issue there. It looked to have pitched in line, but certainly does look like it was going over the stump.
Of course, we have the benefit of the replay, but umpire Tuckett and umpire Chris Taylor doesn't have that benefit, and for them to make that decision is very commendable. Good decision, umpire Tuckett.
Yes, very good decision indeed.
3 slips in position for Atanese, and it's clear that Khalid Ahmed is looking to angle the ball across him. At the moment, Atanese is finding it difficult to get the ball away. So good old period here, passage of play for the Bangladesh A team. Good bowling as well by Khalid Ahmed, 2 for 72 in 26 overs thus far for him. At the end of 94 overs, The score at the moment is 251 for the loss of 5.
But it's very interesting to look at the line of attack for both Atenes and Karaya, who are both left-handers. When Atenes is batting, you have 3 slips.
Yeah.
But when Karaya is batting, you only have 2. But Karaya is the batsman who got the ball edged and gone through the second slip on gully region. So you'd have thought at least the same line of attack would have been for both of them, and the sort of field placing perhaps would have been the same. But it's a different attack to 2 left-handers.
Yeah, that's a great point, Greg. I really have to agree with you on that one. I can't seem to understand why. And you can see Animal Hack. It's actually Anik. Anik has been given a rest from the wicket-keeping position. He's now gone down to deep cover. Jacques Ali Anik. And you'll have to wait and see who is the man taking the gloves. Well flighted delivery there from Hassan. Not too sure where Atenes was going. But good call there by Karaya, sending him back very early. 1 run out already in this innings. That of Tejarai Chandapal from a mix-up between Casey Carthy and him. Chandapal had to go for 49. Oh! What was Karaya doing there? He was using his feet. He left home very early. And then he realized that there were no taxi that was passing at the moment. In the end, he had to go back home.
I think that perhaps was premeditated because the ball was flat and he was already charging down the track. So in the end, had to use the pad, and luckily for him, it was not in line.
We see that a lot from Shivnarayan Chandapal in his career. This time a bit short, and it's punched away nicely. Yeah, premeditating that shot there, Karaya, looking to use his feet, maybe looking to drive the ball through the offside, and in the end, having to pad it away. The man taking up the gloves, well, it's not Anik. Anik is wearing number 8, so Anik is off at cover. So Naeem Hassan continuing to bowl well here. And Greg, looking at his spell, you know, 30, this is his 33rd over. And what a spell this has been in patches. 1 for 43. I think you would take that any day. But what you would want is a bit more wickets from him. It needs to be a bit more penetrating.
He's almost like a containing bowler.
Yeah, and if he's a containing bowler, you would have wanted to see someone partner with him and really take some wickets. And as I said, we speak about batting in partnerships, bowling in partnerships is also key. And he has not had that support from any of the bowlers from the other end. But now we are seeing side Khalid Ahmed, who's operating from the far end, and he's doing a good job. And well, it's going to be a change from the far end. Looks as though Raja seems to be coming into the attack. Raju Raman Raja, number 15 on his back.
Yeah, his first spell from the northern end, the media center end with the new ball, he was quite impressive. He saw a number of occasions where he had Alec Atenes comprehensively beaten, but just that there wasn't the sort of consistency one would have expected in terms of line and length. There was just the odd delivery ball in the right area, but we've not seen the consistency from the Bangladeshi fast bowlers with the new ball.
Yes, certainly. And in both, with both new balls, at the start of the innings, we didn't see that, and now taking the new ball again, we didn't see that. So it's something that's lacking clearly from the Bangladeshis, and this one is pulled away ferociously by Atenes, and he will have to settle for 1. It was struck hard, but the fielder came around quickly to get behind it.
And the ploy with the short ball to Atenes continues.
Yes, and that's Animal Hack, the man doing the work down there at fine leg. So clearly the intention is there to bowl short to Alec Atenes, the Dominican. And Karaya who has just faced 24 deliveries, who has been looking good this year, and he'd want to keep up that good form. And there's so much up for grabs. Smart cricket here, just tapping it into the offside, getting a run. But so much up for grabs from this store. Remember, lead selector Desmond Hayes was spoken about the coming out of this series, the 240 matches, the 3 one-day games. You know, it's an effort to boost the one-day international teams for the senior team and the test team as well. So much to gain from this for many of these players. You know, the test series coming up in Australia very soon. That's in October, November. And yeah, I mean the T20 World Cup coming up as well. He didn't mention T20, but I'm sure if you put in some good performances, you never know. You never know. The selectors may just look at you for a spot on a T20 team. Who knows? But there's so much up for grabs in this series.
Yes, certainly one would say there's all to play for.
Yep.
And one would really hope that they would capitalize on the opportunity that is given to them. And more so, you have good batting conditions. So, and more so for the fast bowlers as well. So, everything is basically laid in front of them to do well. So, it's a question of how much do they want to go further with the opportunities that are given to them.
I'm sure there would be a lot of tours coming up for these guys as well. And it's an effort to bring back the A Series matches and the President 11 matches as well. That's what Mr. Haynes would have spoken about. And he would have said, you know, that it's an important, you know, venture for the Cricket West Indies to see these players develop. So it's all in an effort to give them that opportunity.
Last one there was clip backward the square by Karaya. Again, Rajo not bowling the sort of consistent line and length. Few deliveries outside the off stump. This last one was basically into the pads of Karaya, who got a very easy single. So really not making life difficult for the batters out there.
Yeah, not attacking the batsmen at all. They look as though they're going through their motions out there, the Bangladeshis, and not seeming to make things happen. They're being a bit reactive rather than being proactive at the moment out there in the middle. And the West Indies batsmen having it very easy out there at the moment. This one pulled away uppishly. There's protection at forward square leg on the boundary. And that completes the over. That's the end of 96 overs. At the end of it, it's 258 for the loss of 5. Karaya, he is on 17, and Atenes, he is on 28 at the moment. Greg, I'll just make way now for Mr. Ryan O'Brien, who will be joining you for, let's hope it's, you know, maybe the final session, well, the final half an hour.
Yes, with some 7 overs remaining according to the scoreboard. The batters out there, Alec Atenes and Yannick Karaya, would certainly want to bat out those remaining 7 overs if the light permits. But one would definitely say that after the sort of heavy rains we had earlier on, the light has improved considerably, Ryan, and one would think that it is possible with Naeem, the spinner, in operation, that we are going to get those remaining 7 overs.
Yes, I think we can get the remaining 7 overs, but can the West Indies batsmen get to the sort of total that I thought of earlier? Remember, at one point I speculated that the West Indies could have looked for somewhere 270, 280. That seems to be very much on right now.
Yes, very much so on the cards, Ryan.
And Atenes is looking much more comfortable. He's really settling well, and since he's been joined by Karaya, the two of them have looked rather busy.
Yes, certainly the run in between the wickets.
Yes, a good understanding. They've been able to move off early. Just on one occasion, we saw that Prior had to send Atenes back from the previous over at this end. But so far, they've really put on a very good partnership. This one just tugged a bit into the onside. Maybe the face of the bat opened a bit there from Atenes, but he's looking more and more confident. He's on 29, and the partnership 34 from 54. Very good partnership so far. Your spinner coming on, he's coming on, struck on the pad, the appeal goes up. Taylor is having a good look at it. Some disappointment being shown by the first slip and the bowler. And the partnership could not have been going on at that point. Hassan looking a bit disappointed, but the batsman using his feet some way out of the ground. A very good shout indeed. The umpire could have only have been wondering whether he had gone far down enough to let that one beat the leg stump, but a very good shout there from Hassan and the Bangladeshis.
Yes, Atenes perhaps could consider himself very lucky not to have been given out from what we observe on the monitor.
Naeem Hassan. So he's coming forward, his appeal again, he's pushing forward. So a bit of a tedious moment now. Karai is calling him down. So he's defied what you've said earlier about being that one seemed to maybe a bit more dice in terms of pitching, just about leg.
Yeah, this one clearly looks like it was going down, Ryan.
Yes, and maybe just marginal too outside the leg stump, but a very good effort there by Naeem. Skrier again calling Atenes for a pep talk. He's on the back foot this time, reading the length of the delivery quite well, standing up straight, plays into the offside. So an eventful over coming to an end. A couple of appeals for leg before wicket, but Atenes surviving, and the West Indies remaining on 258 for 5. We've had 97 overs completed, and as I said, on the board, we've seen 6 overs left in the day's play. Greg Wilson, as I said, if there's any great deterioration in the light, that could probably prevent that from happening. But so far, it seems that we can get these 6 overs in.
Yes, it is perhaps a little possible. But a little moment of anxiety out there in the middle for Atenes. Just surviving to vociferous appeal there by the bowler. The first one in particular was very close.
Yes, I think Visham, myself, had that conversation earlier. It seemed like at some point, the West Indian batsmen seemed to just lapse in concentration, losing on the focus and the intensity out in the middle to really not be satisfied with a mediocre score and try to really turn a good start into something significant. So I'm hoping from a West Indian point of view and the West Indies 18 point of view that he can continue and refocus, but I'm sure the Bangladeshis will be hoping that he continues to lapse and that they'll be able to pick up another wicket before stumps are drawn today.
Yes, Atenes have faced some 79 deliveries for his 29 runs, so clearly he has been out there for a while.
Yes, so he should have been much more circumspect. But Raja continues from the southern end, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and if you're familiar with cricket commentary, they normally calls it the Kai Maje end as well. And you've seen Greg Wilson over the years a number of houses being developed on the hills, way north distance, but maybe not to the extent that one of it anticipated since the commissioning of this ground. But still, nonetheless, a very picturesque scenario here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, Ron, I remember the very first international game against New Zealand. The house at the top of the hill there. This was the only house really in the vicinity of the ground.
Yes,
I remember just recently looking at the replay of that match, West Indies versus New Zealand.
Very interesting observation, Greg Wilson. You're wondering, how do you get there? How do they get to that point? This one is outside the off stump, pitching and going further away, and the batsman just allowing it to go through to the keeper. So it seems that yes, that's the house that you've been speaking of. Good camera work by our cameraman here, continuing it for a live coverage, stream. This West Indies A versus the Bangladesh A, and that's the house Greg Wilson was referring to.
Yes, because I remember there was a camera shot that was taken from the part that looks like the castle, the wrong part of the house, the top part. I remember clearly there was a camera and they were showing you the footage from this area.
And it's a short delivery just ballooning over the head of Karaya.
Yeah.
And wide, now called very belatedly by the umpire and for height. So,
Yes, Ron, this is the house I was speaking of.
yes.
That's what would be in the first house in the vicinity when we had the first game here, New Zealand versus West Indies.
Yes, but since then, the one that we just saw previously was a lot of people speculating, how does someone build a house up there? But I think that this particular property we're looking on belongs to a former Attorney General in St. Lucia. So that has certainly been quite an interesting development and has stayed and been a fixture here at Kaimaji. The deliveries worked off the pad, good looking shot by Atenez, but straight to the fielder, can't get a run. So, quiet period here now, and the light may be deteriorating slightly over the past couple of overs, but still sufficient for play to continue. I'm sure that the Bangladeshis would like to really profit the opportunity. And for sure, we must say it was the light right now is better than how it was just after 1 o'clock this afternoon when we went off for poor light. So that man makes his way in once. Martinez is just letting that one go through outside the house and doesn't have to play. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly. They've already completed the second run. A very humble approach. The batsman not really stretching at this particular point in time. So bye is now being signaled by umpire Tuckett. He's taking his time about it and really dug in. And no way keep having any chance to get in glove on that. So another 2 runs in the extras column and assisting the West Indies A team total and getting closer to the 270 to 80 mark that I speculated that might have been a target for the West Indies A at the end of the day's play.
Yes, Ron, certainly they are inching closer to that total. But survival would be what's on the mind of Alex Atenez and Yannick Karaya.
This one is delivered full down the leg side on this occasion. The keeper does well to come across and prevent that from going all the way down for could have only been called wise, but maybe it would have been a bit unfair to the keeper there if that was called by, but a very good stop, diving effort there by the keeper and preventing 4 extras. An excellent stop there by the keeper on that occasion.
Yes, good work there done by the keeper, diving full length down the leg side, but it also speaks about the inconsistency again of Raja, really spraying the ball all over, really has not bowled good consistent line and length with the second new ball.
Yes, so when he first got the opportunity, the second new ball, he was operating from the northern end where we are positioned, but then he's gone now to the southern end and still not really able to get the consistency that is needed to ensure that the West Indies batsmen are forced into fall shots. Atenez now stands up tall, plays it quietly into the offside, just steering that one, getting his feet in a good position, and the elbows well cocked and plays it with sufficient time into the offside. And we will see another over being completed, Greg Wilson. So we are counting down, and it's now up to 263 for loss of high. The umpires are converging, Greg Wilson. So maybe we spoke a bit too early. Let's see what would happen now. Would that really influence the sort of attack that the Bangladeshis continue with, or what will actually be the position right now, as both umpires Tuckett and Taylor in the middle? They've gone away. Will they be coming to their respective ends? Are they going to approach the Bangladesh captain and they again come back to converge in the middle? So some drama before we get the final decision there. Could they be saying, we've had a dicey day, we did get some play, let's see what we can decide upon.
Checking the light meter.
Will they pull out the meter and will they let Mitum know that they're not good enough to continue? move the beam, getting it on the stump. What sort of reader will we get? We've just got to wait and see. So it's been quite an interesting display. And will the light have the final say? And will they be taken off? Yes, they are. The bails have been tucked off the grooves. So we've come to the end of the display with 5 overs short of the allocation. We've had 96. It was Greg Wilson bowled in the day. So the West Indies finishing on 262 for 5 in 97, or rather 98 overs, with Alec Atenes 29 not out of 83 deliveries, and Yannick Karaya, who's really been busier of the two batsmen, 18 from 28, and a very decent effort by the West Indies team. And I'm still short. We're still short. We were looking at 270, 280, still 8 runs short, but it didn't really probably cater for the loss of further play today due to bad light. But under the circumstances, we should be happy that we got some play in, because after 3 overs this morning, we had the stop for rain, and then we had early lunch and an early tea. So let's a quick look at the scorecard. Chandapal to Janarayan. Chandapal run out Khalid, and he was very unfortunate. He had gone for 49 runs to his name. As you see, the Bangladeshi players going off 119 balls. Jeremy Solozana, Kod Rahman Raja off bowling of Raja, and that through the batsmen were able to keep things going earlier. But good start from the batsman at top. He went for 32. Casey Carty was cut by the keeper Jakov, bowling of 9 for 36. Joshua Da Silva batted for a long time, 139. Patient 43. Tevin Imlak, well, he also played a good knock before he went for 29 LBW to Ahmed. So you got Alec Atenes, not out 30, and Yannick Karaya, he went there at the end on 18. So Greg Wilson, that's their position here. And remember, when for the first day of this game, the Bangladeshis 135 for 6, and then 167 all out yesterday, 60.5 overs, and the West Indies team continuing from their position yesterday, and 165 for 3 overnight and 63 overs, eventually ending the day's play and just losing a couple more wickets. So it's been a decent effort by the West Indies so far. 263 for the loss of 5. Some decent partnerships, and the top scorers being Janarayan Chandapal 49, Joshua Da Silva 43, and Tevin Imlak 36. And the bowling figures: Ahmed 2 for 72, Hatsam Naim 1 for 43, Rahman Raja 1 for 81. So Greg, we get some final comments from you before we pack up here from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Well, it's been a good batting display by the West Indies batsmen. Every single batter have gotten into double figures. Looking at the overnight position, 163 for 3. We saw the captain, Josh Da Silva, went on to get 43, and as you said, Imlak 46. What would have been disappointed, one would say, so far with the West Indies batting is that, Ryan, every single batter have gotten good start, but nobody has gotten over, say, 50 runs. So this would be perhaps the only disappointing aspect of the West Indies batting.
Yes, so they will need to do much better than that tomorrow. I'm sure if the conditions are bright, they'll probably look to continue for some time and hope they can get a decent lead here in this game. So we're all looking forward to what it's going to be like tomorrow, but the weather seems to have been consistent as far as what has been happening in this match. We've had some loss, so the ground staff, they've really been part of this game. They've worked hard. So too have our technical operators here in our commentary booth. So on behalf of all of us here, Visham Lalman, Greg Wilson, I'm Ryan O'Brien saying good night from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.